So, councillors, I open the ordinary council meeting on the 24th of August 2021 at 6:03 p.m. So before I go on, I'd just like to go through some housekeeping because it is a virtual meeting, and I'll endeavour to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to participate in the debate. Be mindful, due to that it's a virtual platform, the debate and questions will be different to the face-to-face meeting. When speaking, this is probably one of the most important things to do, is to please state your name and to address the meeting, and I'll call a break at approximately around 8:30. Please also use the chat conversation feature, rather than not the chat conversation, hands up, if you do want to participate in the debate. So I'll also read out the prayer and the acknowledgement of country. Almighty God, we humbly beseech you to bestow your blessings upon the council and to direct and prosper our deliberations and the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of Randwick and Australia. Amen. I would like to acknowledge that we're meeting on the land of the Bca and Gadigal peoples who occupy the Sydney coast, being the traditional owners. On behalf of Randwick City Council, I acknowledge and pay my respects to the elders past and present, and any Aboriginal people in attendance today. So, councillors, I have an apology from Councillor De Rocha. Is there any other apologies or lateness? No apologies or lateness? Okay, so can I have a mover, please?
Yeah, I'll move it.
Councillor Hamilton, and a seconder? Councillor Luxford.
Oh.
All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
I declare that carried. So can I just confirming the minutes of the 27th of July 2021? Can I have someone confirm the minutes, please? Councillor Hamilton.
Seconded, Shuri.
Councillor Shuri. And also also confirming the minutes of the extraordinary meeting on the 3rd of August 2021. Can I have someone move those, please?
Yeah,
Councillor Luxford, and seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Can now I have declarations of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interests, please? I'll take that as yep.
Hello, Councillor Veach here. Some of the residents are known to me, just declaring a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest. The speaker to NM 6321 is known to me through my work in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Okay, so we'll move straight on to the. Now I'll move on to the warning for the speakers of tonight. And the privacy warning goes, if I wish to advise that the meeting is being live streamed using an audio visual link in accordance with section 747A of the Local Government Act. I would like to remind all councillors that they continue to be obliged to disclose and appropriately manage conflicts of interest that they may have in matters being considered at this meeting. Councillors continue to be obliged to remove themselves from any consideration of matters in which the pecuniary or non-pecuniary or significant conflict of interest. Councillors continue to be obliged to protect any confidential information considered at the meeting. During the closed session part of the meeting, councillors should ensure that they participate in the meeting in a location where it cannot be seen or heard or anywhere else. This is an announcement for the speakers. This is a public forum and we're being live streamed using audio visual link to allow submissions to be made to councillors. All members of the public addressing tonight's meeting have a maximum of 3 minutes and grant you an extension of 1 minute in which to put your case forward. Presenters will be stopped at the 3 minutes and told they have an extra minute. Councillors may ask questions of the presenters at the end of each public submission. And our first speaker tonight is on CP 54/21, Bca Ferry Wharf project submission, and speaking against is Mr. Mark Baker. So Mr. Baker, you can unmute yourself and go straight ahead.
Very good. Good evening, folks. Nice to see you all tonight.
Go ahead.
Fantastic.
Nice to see you too.
Lovely to see you all. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Mark Baker. I'm a resident Larper. I have just sort of written out some notes and I'm going straight into it. On this proposal, there is a moral responsibility for Randwick Council to object and oppose the proposal on behalf of its Randwick Council residents, ratepayers. Randwick Council's current draft submission is a white flag, it's a capitulation, it's a give up. It's an effort of no effort, and it represents a total failure to represent. It appears to be an approval of the proposal. We, the people, don't want it. That could not be clearer. The proposal threatens to exploit, dominate and destroy our area, environment, by forces that care nothing for it but to generate quick bucks. Sutherland Council is objecting to the proposal on various grounds. Randwick Council should absolutely be doing the same. There is no business case for this proposal. It's a stepping stone for government to approve a cruise terminal in Yarra Bay for their mates in the cruise industry, which Randwick Council has previously stated they are against. The Australian public is disgusted by the ongoing rorts and scandals of governments flogging public assets, Crown lands and services and community infrastructure to their mates in business. It's a cancer destroying the country and in fact our planet. And this is a textbook example of that. As a Randwick Council resident and ratepayer, a La Perouse resident, I call on Council to strongly oppose and object to the Camay Ferry commercial marina. If Randwick Council won't defend its community, residents and ratepayers, it will have avoided its greatest responsibility and its only responsibility. If RCC doesn't serve us and our interests, well then who does it serve? To not oppose and to object to this proposal is a betrayal of your ratepayers and community. This is a massive and unnecessary over-commercialisation of La Perouse to benefit who? Other points to consider: the development does not align with Randwick Council's own Frenchman's Bay plan of management. The business case in the EIS is not supported in evidence. Ongoing and massive negative impacts on the marine environment and shorebird habitats are given. Operational pollution as well as exclusion zone impacts on the amenity of the bay and beach users such as fishers, divers, snorkelers, kayakers, kite surfers, paddleboarders and swimmers is also absolutely going to occur. The La Perouse headland development site is already a significant destination for low impact, affordable visitation. It's one of the few areas in Greater Sydney that offers families an affordable day at the beach. In the Greater Sydney Commission in its Eastern City District Plan identified, quote, the waters around La Perouse are renowned for snorkelling and scuba diving, end quote. This development would put at risk our aquatic haven, which is the last stretch.
Excuse me, Mr. Baker, that's 3 minutes, but you've got an extra minute.
Thank you very much.
Keep going.
Thank you very much. This development would put at risk this aquatic haven, which is the last stretch of natural coastline abutting the port, airport and industry on the northern shores of Botany Bay. I respectfully request Randwick City Council to reject this development outright, as it is totally without merit.
Thank you. Would you like to take questions, Mr. Baker?
I'm happy to take questions if people would like to ask questions.
Councillors, anyone would like to ask Mr. Baker questions? And please, as I say every meeting, please make them questions, and Mr. Baker, if you can answer them as succinctly as you can.
I see.
Councillor Madsen was first.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Baker, as a member of the community in that area of our city, is there any nostalgia for re-establishing what used to be a ferry connection from a historical viewpoint?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Madsen. Look, I think that's a furphy. The ferry was washed away in a storm 50 years ago. There's lots of nostalgic things about La Perouse, about its past, about Bear Island. It's the first point of contact, supposedly, in Botany Bay. And where Cook came in. There's all sorts of nostalgia, but what I'm talking about has got nothing to do with the past and everything to do about the present and the future.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Singh?
Mr. Baker, Councillor Singh here.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. You said that you are a local resident. I was just wondering if you could share your opinion with us with regard to the traffic and parking conditions in La Perouse, because I don't know what's happening. I drive there on a regular basis, but it's good if you can hear the opinion of a local resident, please.
I'm glad you asked, Councillor Singh. That's a very good question. And in fact, I've lived here for 12 years. And once upon a time, the quiet place had a quiet feel. In the last 2 summers, the roads have been closed by authorities and people have not been allowed to enter because we have been at total capacity through, it used to be the later parts of the summer. Now it's almost, it starts very, very early towards spring. In fact, you know, people like me, we can't leave our homes because I park out the front of my house. If you leave, you cannot return. There's just nowhere to park. So what you do in those months is you just stay in your home. The parking in the congestion is horrific. And in fact, emergency services are unable to access the area except by helicopter on busy days. We can have 10 or 20,000 people here, you know, spread across Yarra Bay, in the national park, around Bear Island, in the various beaches and bays. We could have easily 20, 30,000 people. You're talking about like a football grand final. So, you know, basically we're at capacity, and this project, it's very careless. And you know, the headland is beautiful there. There's nothing wrong with our area. If it's not broken, why do you want to go and fix it?
Any further questions, councillors? No. Thank you, Mr. Baker. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. I appreciate the opportunity to address the meeting.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So now we go on to NM 58/21. Notice of motion from Councillor Matson.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Stavrinos is running late. He's having difficulties getting into the meeting. I've alerted David McNiven.
And also, you've just reminded me, Councillor Luxford, tonight, Mr. Clark, the Director of City Services, is unable to attend, so the GM will answer all the questions regarding city services.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, just a note to say that IT is helping Councillor Stavrinos at the moment. Councillor Andrews is also having trouble.
Oh, I didn't think they were there. Okay. Okay, but we'll continue on. Thank you for that. So we go to the behaviours at Neptune Park, the outdoor gym users and the amenity to adjacent residents. And speaking for is Mr. Craig Madgwick. And we've got it up on the screen. You can unmute yourself, Mr. Madgwick, and go ahead.
Yeah, hi there.
Thank you.
You can hear me all well?
Yep, all good.
Okay, great. Look, I'm representing the residents of Neptune Park here in Coogee. We're here to discuss Councillor Matson's motion about noisy and intrusive behaviour at the outdoor gym in Neptune Reserve. Together, we want to make it clear to Randwick Council that the newly completed, if we can hold on that first slide, I guess, make it clear to Randwick Council that the newly completed outdoor gym is out of control and severely impacting our lives. We fully support the community using park plans, but not at the expense of our residents. The level of use, yes, it has been exacerbated by COVID, but again, we want to reiterate that these issues have been going on even before lockdown. If we can flick to the next slide. So this is the location I'm sure you're aware of, but what I really want to point out here is how the topography essentially makes an amphitheatre. Every bit of noise just goes up and bounces into all of our homes. Next slide, please. Okay, so our grievances, constant noise from gym instructors, boxing, weights, equipment, pre-dawn workouts. They're in groups, often with music, loud music that we can all hear. Post-dusk workouts in groups, often well after midnight as well. And again, with loud music. Car headlights, great spot to light up the gym at night so you can do your workout, but these beams actually go directly into our houses. Next slide, please. Groups, they set up right next to our homes, and the gym faces all properties. There's a complete lack of privacy. Our gardens are being used as public toilets, and there's just a general lack of consideration to everyone that lives nearby. The motion, we thank Councillor Matson for highlighting our issue, but together, the residents, we feel that this does not go far enough. There's no guarantee that these proposed measures will work. There's no guarantee that these measures will actually be enforced. We're asking Randwick Council to go further and urgently move the gym to a new location. I want to put this in perspective. If you can flick to the next slide. Okay, so we've got Clovelly Gym. Note the topography, there's no reverberation, and it's 120 metres from the closest residence. Next slide, please. Again, Maroubra, it's 118 metres. Topography doesn't cause any noise to bounce off, and far enough that it's not going to disturb anyone. Next slide. Here we have Coogee Gym, minimum 43 metres to residents. So topography I mentioned, it just amplifies the noise. Use, it's not just limited to the gym, the entire reserve is in use. People are sometimes 10 metres away from us. And, this is Coogee, it's not Clovelly, it's not Maroubra. It's been grossly underestimated, the level of use. I guess the closest comparison, the infamous Bondi outdoor gym that everyone's aware of. Next slide.
Excuse me, Mr. Midrick, you have another minute.
Okay, great, thank you. We're asking that the gym is moved to a resident-friendly location. As a suggestion, right in front of Wiley's Baths. Distance is in line with other beachside gyms. There's existing services already there, close to toilets, and the noise, the topography is going to block any noise affecting residents. The reason we've come to council is that the gym's just going to get busier, and summer's coming up. We can't just close our doors and windows to block out the noise. Council's assurance that we can expect silent equipment to be used by small groups or individuals, it just hasn't been met. So we live here, this is our home. What we're asking, it's not unreasonable, and I thank you for your time and hope you can consider it.
Great, thank you, Mr. Midrick. So, councillors, any questions? And I do see hands up. Councillor Luxford, and then I'll go to Councillor Matson.
Yeah, just a question on that. The last slide that was shown, if we can just see that again. Okay, so the gym, you want it to go from where it is now over to the other side.
We're suggesting that as a place that...
So in front of all those buildings there?
That's just Wiley's Baths, and there's just a little pavilion there that is used by people having picnics, or well, not at the moment, but people working out in there as well. It seems to be a really perfect area that people are already using for working out.
Okay.
So Councillor Luxford, if the presenter, the speaker, needs to have the arrow in the other direction. So what he's suggesting is the gym go in that direction, not back toward the buildings.
No, not at all. Sorry, is that what you see?
Okay, because I got confused. I was like,
no, that's what you have. 120 metres away. That's the last thing we want.
Hang on a minute.
I don't think the neighbours will be happy. No. Councillor Matson.
Okay, all good.
So this may be a naive question, but have you attempted to perhaps approach the habitual users and try and strike up some sort of amenable relationship with them?
The amount of people that are there, it's so random that there's so many people. They're not like the regular guy you see when you walk down to Coogee Beach or something like that. They're driving there. There's ample parking. It's perfect, So to be honest, if we were to start one conversation, we'd be having to have it with every single person. And I would be honest in saying there's over 100 people using this gym, well over 100 each day.
Follow-up question, do you have any, or do you see any evidence that there might be some commercial use of the gym underway?
100%. People are working only in twos at the moment, but you can tell one of them is always a trainer. They always bring their weights, they always bring equipment, they're using beep sounds. We actually had one morning where someone was doing the beep times, they're running back and forward. So yeah, I would say half of them are actually instructors.
Okay, final question. At what time of the day do you customarily have this problem? Is it 24 hours or what?
Look, definitely we've had it at night time, which is really disturbing. We've called the police to just kind of make them stop that. I would say as soon as sunrise happens, so at the moment, that's getting to 20 past 6, it's full. By 7:30, it's packed. Then throughout the morning, it's packed again. Lunchtime, it picks up. And then when everyone, finishes their day, it's busy in the afternoons.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? So thank you, Mr. Medrick, and we'll move on to the next
Sorry,
speaker.
Mr. Mayor. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Hamilton. Is that?
Yeah, sorry. I put my hand up late. But I did want to ask, thank you, Craig, for your presentation. I did want to ask, do you think that you did mention COVID and the lockdown is exacerbating the situation, but do you think that when people do return to the workplace for the majority of the time, because I won't say we're going back full time, but the majority of the time, do you think that it will fall back to the numbers that the council may have anticipated, a lot lower and around times that would be, definitely around times that won't impact the sector?
Thank you for the question. I don't see that happening. As I mentioned before, it's Coogee Beach. It's hugely popular. It's going to be like Bondi. It's a great place. Everyone's mates that are into bodybuilding, they're all talking about it. It's a great location. We just see it getting worse. Yes, COVID's going to end, and yes, the level of use will go down, but it's open essentially as a 24-hour gym, and we see it being used as that in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Medrick.
Okay. Thank you.
Now we go on to NM 59/21, notice of motion from Councillor Luxford. The use of Hessian bags, and speaking for is John McLaughlin. There he is.
Hi, Danny. Thanks, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for your time. I'm a local resident. Grew up in Malabar, so I know the area quite well. I'm currently the operations director for Landcare New South Wales, and we were approached by Toby's Estate, the coffee roasters in the city, with a problem. They go through around 40,000 Hessian bags roasting coffee beans, and these are clean Hessian bags, and all they've been used for is to transport the beans from overseas to Australia for roasting. And currently around 300 or so go into a skip each week and end up in landfill. Natural product, natural fibres, complete waste of a natural resource. I've approached Councillor Luxford with an idea, as walking around as a local resident. I see the white plastic bags used for collection of rubbish. Landcare, we've also looked at the use of Hessian bags for weed matting and other natural things, also sandbags. These are the larger bags, not the small bags that the SES use, but if you had a larger retaining, trying to retain water or a larger spill, these bags are 70 kilos. They're approximately 1 metre long by about 70 centimetres wide, and they hold around 70 kilos. So Toby's Estate have approached us to try a pilot with both Landcare, and I've approached the Randwick Council to see if this is an opportunity for you to use in your sustainable futures within your own operation to replace things like your plastic bags, and possibly even offer this as a natural resource for residents to pick up from a location like the recycling centre at Matraville, where residents could use these bags as weed matting and other sustainable things. They're clean bags, so there's many uses. I'll leave it there and I'll open it for questions.
Well, thank you. Questions, Councillor. Councillor Luxford? Unmute, Councillor Luxford.
Sorry. I just want to thank John for attending tonight and raising this issue and bringing it to our council to pilot. And I hope that fellow councillors will be supportive of this initiative. And the bags are all clean, John, so they can be used for a number of uses, as you pointed out to us, like weed matting, collection of rubbish, and also for our residents. So this will be a great idea, and I just want to thank you for speaking tonight and bringing this to our council.
Yeah, thanks. If I could just.
Yeah, sorry.
If I could just respond to Alex, like this would be a first for a council. So we've been approached by one roaster. Now there's many roasters in Australia, so this is a opportunity to set the bar as a pilot for the industry. So Toby's estate and the other roasters of coffee throughout Australia will be looking at this as to being a sustainable solution for what is currently just bags going into landfill.
Cool. Any further questions?
Yes, me.
Councillor Shuri.
I just wondered where is would these bags be picked up? Do you know?
Yes.
Would they be delivered?
No. Well, the logistics is one of the challenges we have with all our members is getting it out to our members. But they're located in Toby's estate is open in City Road just opposite Sydney Uni. They also have a warehouse at Alexandria. It's basically one skid or a pallet per week, which takes about 300 bags, ideally picked up.
Okay. So, that's. And when you say they're clean, have they been washed, or they're clean because they've only had sort of unroasted coffee beans in them, and is that what you consider clean?
Yeah, they're clean in that they've only had the unhusked coffee before they've been dehusked. It's just the grain that's been in these bags. The ones that have come from countries have been fumigated where they need to be. They also have another byproduct as well, which the council may be interested in at a later stage, which is the husks, which is a byproduct that can be reused into gardens, and also the coffee grinds to be reused in sustainable gardening. They go through about 20 kilos a week of that as well.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Matson, I think.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. So no further questions. Thank you, John. So then we'll move on to NM 60/21. Notice of motion from Councillor Matson. Avoidable child safety risk from current configuration of toilets and the change rooms at the Heffron Centre. And speaking for is Ms. Renee Levy. Now, I haven't noticed that name on my screen. Yep, you are here. Sorry, thank you.
Good evening,
so go
everybody. To Mayor Saeed and councillors, thank you for letting me speak. As the mother of 2 children who took part in Bunurong Gymnastics' superb programs over many years, and now the proud grandma of a little one who's loved their programs, I was moved to respond to the press releases about the new Heffron Centre when I saw serious deficiencies in the design. Rather than a purpose-built freestanding structure correctly sized at 2,300 square metres, agreed to in 2009, and possibly using $4 million raised by Bunurong Gymnastics, the new building is ill-conceived and poses a big potential child safety threat, as the gym is not completely separated from the South Centre, putting children, mostly young girls, in possible harm's way from adults, mostly males, who would be milling around. This is even more likely as there are not enough toilets, there are no private change rooms, which coaches and older students need, so inevitably some students and coaches would need to use the adjacent public facilities, putting them at risk. There's a shared entrance, so students who are dropped off for their classes would need to make their way through the public areas. And there seems to be a huge glass wall allowing anyone of the public to view young gymnasts as they are coached, which is completely inappropriate. I've seen how the gym operates at different times of the day. At peak times, especially after school, dozens of young students arrive, many dropped off by their parents, racing inside alone to the toilets to get changed and get ready for their classes to begin. Some students need the toilet, of course, during classes and need to be able to safely go to the separate ones within the gym area and not out in the public realm. Unbelievably, only 2 female toilets have been allowed for all students and coaches, and 1 male toilet with no urinal. The BCA Design Assessment Report, page 33, dated September, revised in September, showed the required number of toilets to be 5 female and 3 male, with 5 urinals needed. This is based on an erroneous assumption of about 90 participants, equally divided male and female, whereas it's clear that it's predominantly a female sport, young girls and young women. There aren't enough basins either, but you can look that up. And especially post-COVID, that's crucial to correct. It beggars belief that this design was approved knowing this error with such basic deficiencies. In the 30th of March press release and repeated in August, they even wrote that the centre will be a dedicated community sports facility where aspiring athletes and community members are brushing shoulders with professional sports players. Really? In this era of hearing what disastrous lifelong effects childhood harassment can have, how is this concept something to be boasted about? Of course, prevention is much better than dealing with terrible issues afterwards. With a new design of the centre, every opportunity has been given to have it safely designed, looking after the children. After the Royal
Excuse me, Ms. Levy, you've got an extra minute.
Thank you. After the Royal Commission into Child Abuse, in their final report, Standard 8 was physical and online environments minimise the opportunity for abuse to occur. And in Council's own documents on good design, Part B, point 8, safety and security, good design optimises safety and security both internal to the development and for the public domain, including providing quality and clearly defined public and private spaces with safe access points. I appeal to Council to reconsider, correct these deficiencies and enable the safest possible with a separate entrance and reinstate Bunurong Gymnastics as the operator with their expertise, not a company that on their own website says that the gymnastics is a new venture for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. Councillor Matson.
Ms. Levy, can you just clarify one point for me? You mentioned on, I think it was page 33, I think you said, of the BCA assessment that there were some guidelines for the number of toilets for female and male. I could just refresh my mind as to what that was, that number, and how it, whether it fits with what is proposed at the moment. Sorry, I missed that point.
Yeah, so towards the end of the document, there's an appendix that has a table that lays out all the facilities section by section. So the souths, the upstairs, the downstairs, the multi-use gym, etc. And so looking at just the specific gymnastics area, it laid down how many male, female toilets and basins were to be allocated and how many there actually are. And it actually highlights in red to show that there are deficiencies.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions, councillors? Okay, thank you, Ms. Levy.
Thank you.
So now we go on to NM 61/21. Notice of motion from Councillor Matson. Concerns that the Kamei Ferry Wharf project will impact negatively on Botany Bay seagrass beds, and speaking for is Mr. Stan Constantaris.
Good evening.
Go ahead, Stan.
Good, not bad at all. Thank you for listening to what I've got to say as a recreational fisher on Botany Bay, lifelong fisher. 45 years I've been fishing Botany Bay. My fishing club, South Sydney Amateur Fishing Association, is in Randwick. I live in Pagewood, but South Sydney Fishing Club, I've been there since 1978. I'm also the current president of the Recreational Fishing Alliance of New South Wales, and we represent the interests of fresh and saltwater anglers and spearfishers and the environment in which we fish in. I wasn't even born when the first runway was built in the early 60s, when that encroached into Botany Bay. Wasn't aware of the damage the second runway did up until recently, when we found out that there was a bit of research on the outstanding recruitment over seagrass in that little pocket of water that was paved over. But by the time the port expansion happened, anglers were very aware of what we were losing. And ports say they reclaimed 60 hectares of land, but in the end, we lost 60 hectares of seagrass and our fish nurseries. And sort of since then, we've been really championing that preservation of all of our marine biodiversity, but especially our seagrass beds in Botany Bay, which are disappearing. We've been part of environmental impact statements and state significant processes like the port expansion, and myself and the anglers that I represent, we've got zero confidence in the government or the consultants who run these things. And pretty much what they tell us at the very initial stages never eventuates. And again, the port expansion was a classic. I guess today I'm asking the council to help us before we lose the chance to make it right. I also want to thank Councillor Matson for his motion. Recreational anglers will and have always been advocates for sustainable use of the fishery, and we've been environmental defenders. We know that no habitat equals no fish for us. But we can see the big picture. We can see multiple wharves on Botany Bay. We can see multiple ferry swept paths will crisscross the bay into the future. More pressure will be placed on the bay, and recreational fishers and boaters will be pushed out, and there'll be some massive impacts on marine biodiversity. If this goes ahead, we think Botany Bay will become a desert, while a few make a quick buck at a huge cost to the rest of the community. I don't want that to be my legacy. I've been doing advocacy for 20 plus years now, and I don't want to see a bay devoid of fish. We paid, as recreational anglers, we paid $4 million 20 years ago to buy out the commercial effort in Botany Bay to make it a recreational fishing haven. We took out the bottom trawling and the bay bounced back. But again, I see these wharves and what they will lead to is having more impacts to us.
Excuse me, Stan, you've got an extra minute.
Thank you. It has more impact on us than the cruise ship terminal. We look at a bay in the future where we will see ferries crisscrossing everywhere. We'll see jet boats, we'll see restaurant boats, we'll see whale watching boats, and they will link it to the ferry terminal. And we will hear that, again, in order for the ferry service to become viable, we're going to need a cruise ship terminal as well. What we really want, we want to negotiate a better outcome by reviewing the ferry paths, capping movements around the wharves, and a more robust EIS process. I still think the EIS is deficient. We have advised the consultants where to look and what to look for, and they've ignored us. We've advised the consultants on our preferred ferry paths. Again, they've ignored us, and we are really worried. As for the offsets, we don't know. We know they don't work. The seagrass offsets, the replanting won't work. I mean, we've chipped in about $7 million into Botany Bay as recreational anglers. We're currently working on replenishing the oyster reefs in Botany Bay. If we could fund, we can fund seagrass replanting in Botany Bay, but as anglers, we know it won't work and we're not wasting our money. So again, I'd like to thank the council for hearing me tonight. We want the best outcome here for the community, especially those that live under the water. And we think in the current proposal doesn't do that. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Stan. Councillor Matson?
Yes, sir. If the council was of a mind to take a very proactive position of opposing this development, would the alliance that you're president of and its associated member groups be able to enter into a working relationship with the council to supply on the ground factual submissions from yourselves? We basically, as I see it, we would need your support. Would we be in a position to get it?
No, absolutely. And I note that one of the submissions from our own Fisheries Department, New South Wales Department of Primary Industries Fisheries, oppose it for the very same grounds. They are recognised fishing grounds. They are important squid grounds. And again, we do not shy away from these arguments. We fought the port for 10 years. We have stood shoulder to shoulder with Randwick Council in our opposition for the cruise ship terminal. Absolutely, we are really happy to get involved, get our hands dirty. We bring a wealth of knowledge. We bring a wealth of local knowledge. We are on the water a lot of the time. We are not highly paid consultants. I'm a painter by trade, but I do know my fishing, and I know what's in the bay, and I know what's under the water, and I know what loss of habitat means to us. I know what the impacts of the ferries will do to us. I know the damage of cruise ship terminals. I know what we pretty much know everything. So, absolutely, Councillor, I answer your question.
Thank 100%. You.
Any further questions, Councillor? No. Thank you, Stan.
Thank you very much.
So now we move on to NM 63/21. Notice of motion from Councillor Veitch, call for parliamentary inquiry for the privatisation and sell-off of public services, lands and community infrastructure in New South Wales. And speaking for is Ms. Maria Poulos. So go ahead, Maria.
Right. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in favour of the motion. I'm Maria Poulos from Save the Bay Coalition. Look, I'm speaking about this because of my grave concerns about the Kamay Ferry as well, and what it means for, Kamay National Park, the biodiversity values, and the last remaining beaches on Northern Botany Bay. But I'll say a few things first about the motion. Look, we're seeing more and more examples of government pushing for commercialisation of protected public land and treating our valued public services and infrastructure as commodities. Over the past 8 years, we have seen the sell-off of more than $55 billion of our public assets. This includes lands, electricity networks, bus and rail services, historic buildings like Sirius. We don't need to look very far for examples of this litany of privatisation, abuse, and subsequent failures in Australia, with more to come. The proposed cuts of eastern suburbs bus routes is preparing the ground for privatisation of the entire bus service. The sell-off and privatisation of TAFE campuses and courses, and the facilitation of unscrupulous private providers to compete with TAFE, all with disastrous results. We've seen New South Wales government sell off the Land Titles Office, which underpins the whole property system, and it was no surprise when the new owner attempted to increase some land title fees by 1,900%. The proposed abolition of Centennial Park and Moore Park Trust, and the potential commercialisation of significant heritage parklands by Greater Sydney Parklands, we're on dangerous ground given the neighbouring SCG Trust's attempts to get its hands on the parkland. The government says that it will not sell national parks, but then starves them of funds to force commercialisation to benefit a few commercial operators. And this is where I want to talk about Kamay National Park, because this is something, a commercialisation of the park right on our doorstep for something for what I call the ferry to nowhere. It is a white elephant of the future. It's a ferry to nowhere. Here we have a proposal for a state-significant infrastructure in a national park based on a whim, based on a notion that the north and south of the park must be connected by a ferry for a grand entrance to Cornell National Park. This is all about opening up more of our precious park and bays to favour commercial operators. There is one reason, and one reason only, that this ferry wharf would make commercial sense. And to reach a critical mass of potential passengers and visitors for Cornell, we would need a complementary project, and that project is the cruise terminal. This is about the cruise terminal. Supporting a ferry means supporting that cruise terminal. If council supports this, it's tacit approval of the cruise terminal. Another land grab, more commercialisation of public space, more disaster for the environment, community, heritage, more impacts on recreation.
Sorry to interrupt, Maria, but you've got an extra minute. Go ahead.
Thank you. So Kamay, Frenchman's Beach and Yarra Bay are not private lots for commercial operators to turn a profit. The Kamay Ferry Wharf is a reckless overdevelopment, creating a 180-metre long wharf for multiple commercial berths with capacity to take vessels of over 500 people, destroying marine life, seagrasses, limiting access to recreation, and affecting the enjoyment of Frenchman's Beach. What a lousy deal for Randwick Council, for Randwick community. These developments and the growing emphasis on commercialisation is putting heritage and conservation priorities at risk, the very thing that government is entrusted with protecting. Our parks, beaches, public land and public services are not for sale to the highest or open for sale to the highest bidder. They belong to us, the community and future generations, we ask Council to please oppose the Kame Ferry proposal for this very reason. There is no business case, and it is about the crass commercialisation.
Excuse me, Ms. Bolos, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up there. Is it almost finished?
Yes, it is. So as a community, we need to stand firm against this cancer that is taking over our community. We need a concerted response by our representatives. We ask Council and our MPs to call a parliamentary inquiry with public hearings into the privatisation.
I'm going to have to
and sell off of public services. And I
right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Councillor Veach, with a question.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Maria, for speaking tonight. I have two questions for you, so I'll get them all out of the way at the beginning. One is that you mentioned that the Kame Ferry Wharf would sort of basically open the door to the cruise ship terminal. I was just hoping you could elaborate on that a little bit. And just secondly, why would a parliamentary inquiry, you know, why would you support that, you know, as a way of you know, could you elaborate on your support for the inquiry, and would that allow the community to sort of put forward their views in more detail to the MPs?
Yes, so on the cruise terminal, as I said, the only reason you read the EIS, and the only way that this proposal would make commercial sense is if there's another complementary project that would feed the wharf in the future. Otherwise, it would be a white elephant. So we believe that when you look at their own modelling on visitation numbers, the only way they're going to get that volume of visitors to make best use of the wharf is if there are other projects associated with this. Could be other commercial operations, but our view is that it's about tenders for a future cruise terminal. So it will be servicing a future cruise terminal. Otherwise, it's a waste of, $18 million. They've already spent $18 million for a little ferry service going back and forth. That's not going to get the volume of passengers, would be a white elephant. So you either accept that it's going to be a white elephant, or you accept it's for another reason. And I would suggest that that's the latter. As for the parliamentary inquiry, so as I said, $55 billion has we've seen so many examples of loss of our public assets. And there comes a point where the public need to have a forum where they can actually make submissions and have their views heard, because the sell-off of all our public assets and commercial lands has to stop. We're selling off our future. This is, oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, I think you've answered the question. Councillor Veach, you've taken a hand out. Is there any other questions, councillors? Thank you, Ms. Poulos. So, councillors, we'll go straight into the items that we've had speakers on. So the first one is CP54/21, the Kame Ferry Wharf. Do I have a mover?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move it in a standard fashion, and I've sent the text through to Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Mayor, I'll second Councillor Matson's motion, please.
Thank you,
Councillor Parker.
And as I do most meetings, is there any chance of blowing that up a bit, Mr. Kelly? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. I'll just wait till you've finished your magic there. Look, councillors, my intent with this is to make a simple political statement on behalf of the council that we do not actually support the proposal. To do this, I'm suggesting that if you go to clause 2, that we make a simple amendment to the draft version of the submission that is attached to the report, and that essentially we add in one sentence. And that sentence would be, on page 1, it would be under the opening address to the department, and that sentence would read, Council advises that he believes that sufficient concerns exist to warrant that the proposal in its current form cannot be supported. Full stop. And then the words, notwithstanding this position and following, and that would then lead on to the actual sentence as typed in the submission. So essentially, the submission itself wouldn't be changed in any substantial way, no changes to the positions put by the council officers, but the council itself makes its position unambiguous. It simply states, and we have it right there at the beginning, council advises that it believes that sufficient concerns exist to warrant that the proposal in its current form cannot be supported. And I'll be going into more depth in my own follow-up motion pursuant to notice later in the night. But just on the simple question of seagrasses, it's clear. I've done a brief search and I've found a document, a study that suggests that the existing transplanting projects of using transplanted seagrasses around the world are not known as to whether or not they are effective because there's been no follow-up. And then we've had multiple members of the community emailing councillors pointing out that the business plan doesn't seem to make any sense. And as Ms. Paulus just recently said a few minutes ago, there's a clear, you don't have to be blind Freddy to realise that, yes, it probably will be a business venture hanging off a cruise ship terminal. Our residents understand this. They want us to make a stand. I think this is a simple way of doing it. And I'd ask for support.
Thank you, Councillor Matson. Councillor Parker, a seconder. Would you like to speak?
I will speak briefly to this. Look, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Matson for bringing this particular amendment to the report for Council to consider. Look, I supported and I'm proud to second this particular recommendation as amended. Firstly, because I believe that the ferry proposal is flawed in its in the way it has been considered and proposed by Transport for New South Wales. To be clear, I'm not opposed to all ferry proposals at this particular location, but I do believe that the proposal as given by Transport for New South Wales can't be supported. The speaker earlier spoke to the traffic congestion issues which are plaguing the La Perouse and Phillip Bay communities. And as someone who observed the traffic situation over the last 2 summers, it is my view that that area, from a traffic perspective, catastrophically failed. And I was beating the table in terms of having traffic management there, and I am absolutely horrified at the prospect that we could potentially be supporting a project which on its own documents admits that it will induce additional traffic demand to the area. The fact of the matter is it is a peninsula. There are clear geographical limitations, and what we're attempting to do is to build a wharf which will draw additional people to this area, but it won't function predominantly as a traffic measure to alleviate congestion. What it will do is essentially shuttle people from 2 parts of Sydney, which are, while very nice, don't work from a functional transport perspective. So what that means is what we're doing is drawing people to an area which, in my view, cannot accommodate additional people. I would argue that we would do better to disperse people along our coastline rather than centre them in this particular point. The other point which I would also highlight is if a project can unify both a member of the Greens and the recreational fishers, I would suggest that there are clear problems with it which span across a political divide, and I think that in itself speaks quite clearly to the issues with the project. I'd also note that there is a broader philosophical argument around the commercialisation of that area. And I think that the community there have spoken saying that that is not something which they envisage. So, look, it is for those reasons that I do not support this particular project, and I support what Councillor Matson is proposing.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor D'Souza, you've got your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Actually, I wanted to second that as well, but Councillor Parker beat me to the punch. Now, Ms. Poulos and others have spoken, and they made it clear that this isn't something the community wants or, in their view, needs. The thing is that these actions seem to be actions by a government who hasn't really given as much thought to this project as we need. Often you hear the term shovels to New South Wales. This is going to be the phrase that will be used to reinvigorate our stalled economy. But in doing so, we have to be careful what projects we pick, and this isn't one of them. The perfect example is the light rail. Now that is a failed project. And in my view, it was done without enough thought again, but done purposefully to support business groups. It wasn't enough community consultation. My fear on this occasion is a similar idea or concept. We haven't not doing what the community wants. We're looking at it from a business point of view. But as we say, the modelling hasn't been done and there's no support. Surely the Yarra Bay terminal or cruise terminal comes to mind. Maybe the passengers will get on the cruise terminal, go to Captain Cook's landing spot, and etc., etc. And that might be the reason why this wharf are being built, why this connection or this nexus is being investigated. Now, Mr. Mayor, the seagrasses, biodiversity. The project has been designed to minimise impact on seagrasses and marine biodiversity, but any project of this magnitude will affect our ecological systems of the marine life in the bay. And we must, and as a council, request that a marine biologist and what we call a biodiversity offset strategy should be prepared by this marine biologist, which council and the community can view and be consulted on. We have a problem here, Mr. Mayor, and it's a problem which we need to address, and council, as our representative in its submission, must ensure that communities' views are put forward. Firstly, that the biodiverse ecological systems will be compromised, seagrasses, our fishing, this is so important, our fisheries will be compromised. Now we know when that second runway came by, it compromised the fisheries and the fishing opportunities for our fishermen and women. So that is an important thing. We have been offered this as an opportunity to increase recreational activity. Parking is a major problem there in La Perouse. You yourself, Mr. Mayor, introduced a 4-hour parking system, and that seems to be working well. What will this project lead to? It'll lead to further parking and traffic problems. What I've read in the report is they're talking about building 80 spaces. Now, let's be honest here. Those 80 spaces won't cause a drop in the ocean when it comes to traffic management in that area. So, Mr. Mayor, I fully support Councillor Matson's amendments, as seconded by Councillor Parker, and I will not support, and I do not support, the building of the wharf at La Perouse or any wharf or transport facility that compromises our quality of life here in the South Ward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Andrews, got your hand up.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to the relevant council officer. What is the views of the local Aboriginal Land Council and the Timbery family? What's their view? Have we heard from them? Are they going to benefit? Is is our local Aboriginal community going to benefit from this ferry wharf? Is the Land Council going to benefit from it? Are we helping the local Aboriginal community by providing them employment? Can I get those questions answered, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the basis of the environmental impact statement and the consultation that's been undertaken with the local Aboriginal community, it would appear that the local Aboriginal Land Council is supportive of the proposal, and the proposal also does seek to provide heritage interpretation, cultural heritage interpretation, to support the Aboriginal sort of First Nations people within the area, and is also looking at supporting local employment for the Aboriginal community.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I reserve my right to speak, Mr. Mayor. I'll listen to the debate and then I'll speak on this matter.
Councillor Singh.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apart from the potential detrimental impacts on the environment, I want to say on one factor alone, that is the parking and traffic conditions if this project was to go ahead. Now, I'm very familiar with the parking situation there. On a normal day, well, I go there on a regular basis because it's such a beautiful peninsula there. It is a place you go to relax. It's a place you go to enjoy the fresh air there. So I go there on a fortnightly basis, if not on a weekly basis. Now, on a normal day, when it is a beautiful day, we local residents, the ratepayers and the residents of the city of Randwick, already find it hard to get a parking there. Can you imagine with this project going ahead, we're going to have so many people driving and parking there, and forget about our local residents. We ratepayers, we pay the rates, we live here, and what we're going to get. At the moment, we're already getting many visitors from outside our area. Now we're happy to accommodate them. We share our amenities with visitors. But with this project going ahead, I don't know how bad the parking and the traffic situation is going to be. So I agree with the mover. I agree with this motion that we'll let the government know. I know it's a state significant project, but we are not going to keep quiet, and we're going to make a lot of noises, and we let them know that this project doesn't have the support of the majority of the residents as well as council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Any further speakers? I'll just get Councillor Matson to wrap up then.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Andrews.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Andrews. Look, I support the recommendation on the business paper. You know, this council has always been about supporting our nation's first people in their decisions, and I know Councillor De Souza is an advocate of our local Aboriginal community as well as yourself, Mr. Mayor. You know, I support our local Aboriginal community, and I support our local Aboriginal Land Council. And this particular project, as we've heard from Mr. Kiriakou, is a very important, will have a very important impact for our local Aboriginal community. And I think as a council, we've always been supportive of our local Aboriginal community and always put our local, our first people of this nation first. And I'm just quite surprised that as a council, we are not putting our nation's first people first. We've ignored what our local Aboriginal community wants, what our local Aboriginal Land Council wants, who represent the local Aboriginal community, the Timberi family. You know, this particular area is the Timberies. Where this wharf is going to be built, it's part of the Timberi family. It's their heritage, it's their culture. They are in support of this particular proposal. It's going to provide employment locally for our Aboriginal community. Look, I do have my concerns. I personally believe there's no link to this particular project and the proposed wharf at the proposed overseas passenger terminal at Yarra, but I don't think there's a link. This project has been on the agenda for a very, very long time. It goes back to the days before I was on council, when Councillor Ken Finn, the former mayor of Randwick, always wanted to see the late Ken Finn. He always wanted to see to bring back the ferry wharf, bring back the ferry from La Perouse to Kurnell. That was the late Councillor Ken Finn's wish. He wanted to see this project, and it was way before any proposal for an overseas passenger terminal. It's been on the agenda for a very long time. I'll say at least 40 to 50 years that this matter has been on the agenda. I see tonight Councillor D'Souza wrote to Maroubra community about his concerns in relation to this particular proposal. And if you read the comments on Maroubra community, there's a lot of people on Maroubra community Facebook page who think it's a sensible idea, a wonderful idea, and they like the idea. The majority of people there, like this idea, but I, as the local councillor, do have concerns about parking in La Perouse. And Mr. Mayor, parking has been a problem in La Perouse for quite some time now. But as a council, nothing has been done to address those particular issues apart from, let's put up 4-hour parking signs. The issue is that parking in our city is not being enforced. It's not being enforced. Time parking is not being enforced. And as a result, people are parking their cars at our beaches, down at La Perouse all day, and they're not moving on. This is a separate issue, but it's contributing to the issues down in La Perouse. I'm still undecided which way I'm going to vote on this particular matter. I was happy to support the recommendation of the council business paper. I thought the council officers had addressed the issues and raised these issues of concern of our community. But, Mr. Mayor, majority of councillors were briefed by the department in relation to this particular project. And as we all heard at that briefing session, this project's going ahead. Like it or not, it's going ahead. That's my understanding from when we got this briefing session. It's just ticking the box. They're consulting with council. Yes, we consulted with you, but they're going ahead with this. And I think it's important that we address our local issues and concerns to the Minister of Planning and Public Spaces. So I felt that the actual representations made by council were better than the ones that have been put forward by Councillor Matson. But just like the light rail, majority of the council supported light rail. It was going ahead, even if we liked it or not. It went ahead. It went ahead. And unfortunately, from my interpretation of the briefing we had on this matter, mate, this is just ticking the boxes, saying they've consulted with our community. I think this project is going ahead, and they just want to tick the boxes that they've consulted.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Luxford and then Councillor Stavrinos. So, Councillor Luxford?
Yeah, I have to agree with most of Councillor Andrews' statements there. Firstly, I just need to ask a question and have it confirmed. I believe that we have a memorandum of understanding with the Land Council to support. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd have to take that question on notice.
Okay, because I'm under the belief that we do have a memorandum of understanding that we support the Land Council with certain things, you know, they may or may not require, whatever. So I'd really like that to be confirmed, because I do believe it's been in existence for quite some time. Look, I've spoken to a number of residents who live down there in the area, members of the Land Council, just ordinary residents, and there are a lot of people are supportive of this proposal. And I think that if the Land Council is supportive of this, and that it helps to strengthen the ties with our First Peoples, and to also give them an opportunity. You know, some of them have spoken to me of the opportunity that they would be able to have with this ferry going across to Kurnell, to their ancestral grounds, I guess, to be able to showcase Aboriginal art, the shell work, even that maybe there's a number of things can happen, and if this is a good thing for them, and they are happy, and they want this, then I believe we should be supporting them. We can't say it's their land and they're supportive of this proposal and we tell them, no, you can't, we're not, like we can't have it both ways. And I believe that if the Land Council is wanting this ferry, if they're supportive, then I'm supporting them, and hopefully it does good work, and I'm sure it will. I know there are issues, parking, etc., that everyone's touched upon, but surely we can find a way to support this and to make it work. So I cannot support the amendment, and I will be supporting, hopefully, the recommendation on the business paper.
Councillors, I got Councillor Chabrinos and Councillor Bowen, but I've just had a text from Councillor Nielsen who would like to add an amendment. What I'd like to do is her to mention what her amendment is, and I know it will change the.
Thank you, Mayor. It's actually to the point 1, and add a point D to point 1, where we say we object to the Comeau Ferry Wharf proposal for the following reasons. So point E would be the size of the proposed ferries and the size of the wharf.
Yeah. And what I'd like to do is ask Councillor Matson if you'd accept that in there.
I will accept that.
And then we can just carry on.
Thank you. And the reason that I put that forward, and thank you for accepting it, Councillor Matson, is that I take on board the comments that have been made about our Indigenous community, and I wholeheartedly agree that we should be supporting them in this proposal. But I do think the current size of the ferries are just so way over the top, which then also too has the complicating factor of the size of the wharf. So I think it is a very key point of a reason for our concern. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And Councillor Stravinos, sorry for the one.
Right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me clearly?
Yep, fine.
I'm using a headset, that's why. Okay, look, Mr. Mayor, I was very conflicted as to whether or not I would be supporting this Comeau Ferry Wharf proposal tonight, and the submission put up by council. But after the question posed by Councillor Andrews in relation to our local Indigenous community, I've decided that I'm going to support this proposal. And firstly, I believe that this project will greatly benefit our Indigenous communities who live in La Perouse by creating Aboriginal enterprises, meaning more jobs, more business and greater benefits, not only for the Indigenous community, but for also our community. The report prepared by Council, I think, articulates that the La Perouse Aboriginal Land Council, along with the Timbery family, have been right from the start part of the overall consultation process. And for me, as the traditional custodians of our land, if our Indigenous community has no objection to this ferry wharf proposal, then why should I stand in the way of what they feel and believe is a good decision? If a ferry service was to operate in the southeast of our city, I really believe that this would not only contribute financially to the black markets and other activations that take place at La Perouse, but it would benefit all the businesses that operate in the area. This ferry service will encourage greater cultural tourism to our city, greatly benefiting our entire community. It will also allow for greater access to the area and allow for opportunities for integration of Aboriginal public art and interpretation works as part of the structure. This project will also allow for our Indigenous communities to showcase their art and craft, supporting them, and for me, this is paramount as part of the decision. I also believe that the La Perouse Museum will benefit as a result of this ferry service, and that's something that hasn't been mentioned here. We're spending millions of dollars on refurbishing the La Perouse Museum, and we want to showcase our history. We have a lot to offer here in Randwick, culturally and you know, and historically, and we should be showcasing this, and this ferry service will open that up. Secondly, the southeast of our city is the most difficult part of our city to access via transport, whether it be by car, bus or train. The ferry service will not only open the southeast of our city to other parts of Sydney, but it will give a greater Randwick local government area the opportunity to be able to get to the south of Sydney via Kurnell through a scenic route via a ferry service. That means that less cars would occupy the road, as our residents and residents to the south could choose to use a ferry service to get across the water. At a time when we are trying to reduce our carbon emissions and reducing the number of trips involving motor vehicles, any optional form of public transport would be better, and the ferry would provide that option to our residents and residents across the bay. Thirdly, the report has touched on many areas of concern, in particular heritage values, Aboriginal culture, urban design, recreational access and marine biodiversity. In relation to heritage values, I'm satisfied that our local Indigenous communities will have massive input, not only in the design, landscape and construction of the wharf, but they will be consulted right through the entire process and to the point where cultural induction services will be part of the construction environmental plan. From a recreational perspective, this ferry service will encourage greater tourism to our city, and I believe that once operational, the ferry could become an effective part of our transport network, as it will allow residents to get to other parts of the Greater Sydney region. Who is to say that this ferry couldn't allow for Randwick residents to get to Parramatta to the west and Kurnell to the south? Any new additional public transport network will only be a benefit to everyone. From a marine biodiversity perspective, the report stipulates that surveys have been carried out, and I agree, further surveys should be carried out, and this is one of the concerns that I have. But it did actually state there that on the La Perouse side, the seagrass is patchy, and it's found in more deeper areas. But again, that is a concern that I have. Another concern that I have is the deficiency of parking and the impact that this may have on La Perouse. I don't see how an additional 13 car spaces will relieve the parking pressures that the ferry service will generate. However, I'm satisfied that the benefits associated with this project far exceed the costs and the disadvantages. So on that note, I feel that I will be supporting the recommendation on the business paper tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trevino. So it's Councillor Bowen and then Councillor Veitch. So Councillor Bowen.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Hopefully you can help me.
Sorry, before you start, Councillor Bowen, I think Mr. Kyriakou was going to has an answer on the MOU, so I'll put that before the argument.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm sorry about that earlier. Yes, I can confirm that an MOU has been in place since around 2006 with the Aboriginal Land Council, and it's there and commits both parties to working closely together and consulting with each other on a range of local issues that may impact on the local Aboriginal community.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Bowen. Thank you. Go ahead.
No worries. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Hopefully you can all hear me. I'm using my son's Fortnite headset, so hopefully it's working. I assume it is. Look, I think just the comments we got from the director just then is a perfect note to pick up on. I think the recommendation in the business paper is the correct balance, and I'll be supporting that. I can't support this motion. I find it really unfortunate. Looking at it, there's absolutely no mention whatsoever to the position of the Land Council. And I mean, really, are we as a council, and I'm very surprised that the motion is put forward in this way. Are we as a council just simply going to pay lip service to self-determination? I mean, our Land Council has come out and said they support the proposal. It will provide, economic independence for our local Indigenous community. But let's just stop and think about where this proposal is. Connecting Kurnell to the La Perouse side. Kurnell, the side of Cook's Landing, the La Perouse side, where Phillip turned up. This is an area of critical, and I've mentioned this before, historical significance for our nation, for our local community, and for our First Nations people. And how can we possibly just turn our back on them and say, well, and look, I understand the environmental concerns, I certainly do, but the point is that we, as we've just heard, have an MOU with our local Land Council. This this proposal has features of self-determination, connectivity, cultural unity. I just think it's extraordinary that we wouldn't be supportive. And so and as I said, I understand there are legitimate concerns about parking and the business model and what have you. I think that's all taken up in the council's submission. But I think we have a duty to support our local Indigenous community. And that's what I'll be doing. And on that basis, I cannot support this motion, which I think is contrary to supporting self-determination for our local community. And there's no way I can support it in that form.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. Councillor Veach, and then there's Councillor Shuri after that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting the motion as amended and put forward by Councillor Matson. I understand and myself had concerns about the conflicts not putting it may involve with the Land Council, but I don't think that is still a reason to support. I'll put forward a couple of reasons for that. And some of that is by some of the very compelling and very well-informed submissions by community members, which I've been very grateful to receive and which were sent to all the councillors. You know, one of the submissions was from long-term a resident who's lived in the area for 50 years, Charles Abella, you know, who remembers the ferry and the fact that, you know, just the conditions in the bay as such actually prevented the ferry from going a lot of the time, and that wharf, when it was in existence all those years ago, was largely used as a commercial wharf. And in fact, people often got stranded on the other side of the bay when the weather changed in the afternoon. And I think many of us would know that, you know, those afternoon gusts and weather conditions that come up in Botany Bay probably would prevent the ferry from operating quite a bit. I also am very convinced by the argument of Maria Poulos, who came to speak tonight, regarding the deficiencies in the business case that indicate that a secondary kind of operation would need to be there to actually make the wharf viable as a commercial operation. And of course, we're all aware that the cruise ship terminal is the type of operation that we're facing here. And councillors, I completely accept, you know, I believe the councillors who've spoken in support of the Land Council are genuine, you know, but if we are getting a lot of commercial operations from the jetty, which is highly likely, the ferry is not going to go anywhere near as much. There will be a lot of other commercial operations. It's highly likely that, as in many other ports around the world, that we could see tenders from cruise ships using that jetty. What you will then see is all the wonderful cultural and environmental and heritage values that we all cherish about the bay will be completely devalued and gone. And so I just don't think it's going to deliver on what is being promised. I also know, having spoken over many years to one of the well-known Aboriginal elders who we've all met, that many years ago, when the National Parks and Wildlife were looking to offload the museum, the Land Council actually wanted the La Perouse Museum, but they didn't get it. So I don't know that council has been very consistent. I'm not pointing the finger at any particular individual, but that there hasn't been a consistent record of that type of support. I understand that the Land Council wanted the museum and in fact didn't get it. We took it, we advocated for it to get it. And I also know just from this current council term, we had an opportunity to turn that museum into either wholly or at least in half a museum dedicated to Aboriginal culture and First Nations culture and Bidjigal and La Perouse Aboriginal culture. I even put up an amendment when we were looking at the curatorial policy.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Submission.
We seem to have strayed off the topic.
Yeah,
I'm addressing some of the
Mr.
points
Mayor.
that have been raised in the meeting, which are about First Nations, support for First Nations economies. And I'm just saying that there have been other opportunities to do that, which council has not supported. I also note that, you know, having gone to most of the black market events, at least on this term, you know, that I'm sure the organisers of that would welcome more councillors, support from councillors, because there's literally only a few.
Councillor Beach, that's 5 minutes. So I'm just going to say time-wise, that's 5 minutes. I'm just going to.
I'm happy to wrap up. Thank you.
Okay.
She's in the wrong.
Councillor Shuri, it's Councillor Shuri. Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I have trouble with the old mute button. Thank you. If this was, we're all concerned about respect for our First Nations people down at La Perouse, but if this was just a small ferry going backwards and forwards to sites of significance for them, I probably would have no problem with that. But basically it's massive, and that's where I think we're losing it. It's not for the First Nations people. This is seriously a huge ferry wharf. The ferries are massive. They're not little tiny ferries, you know, for a little jaunt. They're massive, and to talk about it being welcoming public transport, this is not public transport. This is going to be privatized, and it'll be run by a private enterprise, you know. So and sometimes I wonder whether the Land Council had any idea when they were supporting this how big it actually is, you know. So, and also the other argument is that, you know, people come here and, you know, they're only talking about people coming here. They're not talking about the fact that people will be driving to, presumably down to La Perouse and parking their cars, you know, in a place where there isn't enough room. And would you want to go every week? You know, you'd probably only want to go once a year or once every, you know, it's not something you're going to be doing all the time. And besides, if it's privatized, it's going to be highly expensive. I think, while obviously I respect our First Nations people, This is not for them. This is not for them. This is for the ferry. This is for the cruise ships. And I don't see how the people who are supporting it can't see that that's the case. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. So, councillors, I think I'll put it. There's no other hands up. Oh, sorry. I'll get back to Councillor Matson. Do you want to just wrap it up?
Yes, certainly. Look, I just follow up on the point made by Councillor Shuri. This project, when it is finished, it will not be run by the Land Council. It will not be run by the council, us. It will not be run by the Fishing Association. It will be run by a private conglomeration that has a clear intent, to me, to capitalise on the adjacency of the proposed cruise ship terminal. Look, the way I have worded, if you note that the extra sentence states council advises that it believes that sufficient concerns exist to warrant that the proposal in its current form cannot be supported. Now, we have an obligation, regardless of our personal feelings, we have an obligation to take this EIS seriously. And if concerns have been brought to our attention, then we have an obligation to put in, on behalf of the community, an appropriate response to the EIS. Look, if the business case can't be put together, if the impact on the ecology can't be substantiated as desirable, then we have an obligation to state our concern. Now, they may come back with a different proposal. When I say they, I don't know. Maybe the proponents, maybe some third party, maybe some sort of scientific position. I have a follow-up motion which raises real concerns about the ecological impact. I think we have to avoid the proponents of this proposal saying that the Randwick City Council essentially rubber stamped it. We can't do that. We owe our residents, all our residents in Southwood, more than that. So I would ask for your support.
Okay, councillors. So I'll put it. So all those in favour.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's Lindsay. Can I call for a division?
Yeah,
because I think it's really difficult to get an understanding of who's voting when it's by online, Zooming or whatever.
And I've just realised I've had it written down here that because I've read through the EIS and gone through the submissions and also know how the Land Council has spoken to the Land Council on how they feel. But I thought someone might bring it up, but in the traffic and the transport, to get there, they're advising that you can catch either one of these buses, the 391, the 393, the 394, the L94 or the X94, and that's the only buses you can get to La Perouse, and all 5 buses will be extinct by the end of the year. So the EIS better find some more buses. So on that point, I'll go around the table as usual. Councillor Hamilton.
Against the motion.
Councillor Shuri.
For.
Councillor Nielsen.
For.
Councillor Veach.
For.
Councillor Trevinos.
Against.
Councillor Luxford.
Against.
Councillor Parker.
For.
Councillor Sang.
For.
Councillor Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Bowen.
Against.
Councillor Matson.
For.
Councillor Roberts.
Against.
Councillor De Rocha. Oh, sorry, Councillor De Souza.
For.
And the Mayor is for. So I don't. Can I? So I declare that carried.
Thank you.
So we move on to NM 58/21. Councillor, notice of motion from Councillor Matson and the regarding Neptune Park. So do I have a seconder?
I'm happy to second that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor De Souza. Councillor Matson. Councillor Matson, do you want to speak on your motion?
It would probably be useful if I did speak on it, yes.
Yes.
Look, this is a situation arising out of the pandemic in many ways. I don't know if the current amount of complaints that I have received would be coming to us if there wasn't a pandemic. Possibly there would, possibly there would not, or possibly, yes, there might be a push to commercially take over the gym, as I believe is happening now. In my opinion, we do have to step in between our residents and an inappropriate use of a facility the council has basically paid to put into place. So for that reason, I would ask definitely for support for Clause A, bring back a report on outcomes for the directors' meeting of relative internal stakeholders. That will give my constituents in Eastbourne a chance to put their case. At the moment, as I understand it, we haven't, well, I believe Clause B says that we need to make a declaration as a council as to when we consider it to be appropriate for an outdoor gym to be used in this particular location. As I understand it at the moment, the general public seems to believe that they can use it 24 hours. I don't accept that that is something that's very fair on my constituents. Point C, look, I do believe from informal feedback I've had from my constituents, from conversations that they have overheard amongst the users of the gym at various times, that there is currently a very strong commercial push to exploit the facilities for commercial gain. And I don't think any of us, when we voted to support the idea of an outdoor gym, that we did it simply because we wanted to help the commercial gym industry. That certainly was not on my mind. I do feel, point D, the photographs that we saw tonight made it very clear that private vehicles are using their headlights to illuminate the gym at night, and clearly that must be going across Neptune Road, across the reserve and into the windows of residents along the, definitely along the south side, possibly along the northern side as well, I'm not sure. But yes, that to me seems a very clear indication that something is wrong with the way we are allowing that gym to be used. Point E, reviewing the reserves plan of management with the intent of banning electronic music and commercial gym training. I think that's a very reasonable position to put. I was lobbied before this evening by my constituents that I should support a moving of the gym facilities across into Grant Reserve in front of Wiley's. I chose not to put that amendment into place tonight. I am hopeful that Clause 8, bringing back a report on outcomes by the director, will address whether or not that is a practical or desirable outcome. But I would make the final point that yes, we're in the middle of a pandemic. Everyone's involved in it. Yes, it's good to have outdoor exercise potential, but our residents, they're enduring this as well. They're not having a very great time either in the pandemic. And I do think we need to be finding, if we can, a nuanced answer, if not a more drastic answer. And I would ask for support.
Councillor De Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pollution of any kind is unacceptable. It compromises a person's quality of life. And in this case, we're talking about noise pollution. Now we, Mr. Mayor, and you're a South Ward councillor, in the South Ward we have the port and the paper mills, and we know how much angst that has caused our community. The noise is very hard to live. Councillor De Rocho isn't well today. If he was there, would have spoken up on the matter when it comes to the South Ward. But in the port's case, we can take and use mitigating devices because sound travels in waves, unlike light in a straight line. We can dissipate sound. But in this case, in this scenario, we can't address that concern with mitigating devices. We have to address the root of the problem. The root of the problem is the location. The location is a problem, and we need to move that gym. Now, I support Councillor Matson's motion, and I even am supportive of what he says. He is only asking for a report. He knows there's a problem. There's something rotten in the state of Denmark, and we need to address the concern. But quite correctly, he says, yes, we have a problem, but I'm not going to offer the solution. There is a solution, but I'd like councillors' officers to find it or come back with a report. How responsible is that? So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. This is a problem that needs to address. The residents of Neptune Park need resolution. Where there is now despair, we have to offer them hope. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Sousa. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am in support of this motion. I like the fact that the motion isn't calling for that drastic action of removing the gym equipment, moving it to another location. I think that I don't agree that a small outdoor gym, and might I add, I am 5 foot flat, and I can tell you that a lot of that equipment is actually short. So, and I know that people use it. I have a very good source of information on the height of the chin-up bar. Could be called Mr. Hamilton, and he frequents the gym 3 or 4 times a week and has told me that, you know, the equipment is a little bit shorter than what men and tall men would expect to use, and women, I should say, but I'm talking from his experience. So I don't believe that it's being used for commercial purposes in the sense that there are larger gyms that are using this facility for them to gain a commercial advantage, probably the smaller operators. And I feel like this is a little bit of deja vu, because when I first came onto council, there were some legacy issues around the use of the beach and the use of, and the overuse of those smaller operators getting down to the beach and making a lot of noise early in the morning. And so I think that the general complaint in our community around the residents and other smaller operators using outdoor facilities at unusual hours is something that has been ongoing. So this is nothing new, is what I'm pointing out. Secondly, I want to point out the fact that the gyms are shut. Right now, there are people in our community that have gym membership, and they would be in those gyms if they could, but they can't. And we have this really slippery scale. There's a balance that's not being met right now because of everything that's happening to us. And normally, the people that are sitting in those homes listening to weights lift up and down and everything else, they would normally be at work. I would normally be at work. And the fact that they are sensitive, everyone's sensitive because everyone's starting to get sick of the situation. And so all things, great, small or otherwise, are really impacting our mental health, and that's just a factor. But the people that frequent gyms all of the time still need to get out and exercise as well. So I think that I'm really trying to impress a more reasonable approach to this, because we need to take into consideration everyone's needs, and that's just something that we have to do as council representatives and in general. And so I think that what will happen when we do start to see restrictions ease, that the people that frequent this gym, they will go back to their gym that they have a membership with, but it's currently been suspended. They will go back to those gyms. You'll see the out of hours frequency will be more predictable. So at the moment it's running all through the day, and I'm actually pretty disappointed and would like to see music and the car lights. I would really like to see something change in respect to those 2 points, because that shouldn't happen. And I really do feel for the residents, because nobody wants to hear loud music and dance music or whatever type of music echoing across that expanse of the park space there. And I think that the car lights is that's really flaunting it, isn't it? I think it's very rude of those gym users to do that. So I am in support of the motion. I just really hope that people recognise that there's a need across a number of different groups, and gym people need to get out and they need to exercise, because if they don't, that impacts their mental health as well. So I hope that people think about that, but I am supportive of Councillor Matson's motion tonight.
I've got Councillor Roberts and then Councillor Bowen. So Councillor Roberts, then Councillor Sang as well. So Councillor Roberts first. And I've also got Councillor Shuri. I've seen your hand just go up, Councillor Shuri, as well.
Thanks,
so
Mr.
first
Mayor.
is Councillor Roberts.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I support the motion in principle, but there's just one specific issue that I do have with it. Perhaps I could ask a question of the relevant council officer to get to the bottom of it. But point E says reviewing the reserve's plan of management. My understanding is it's just a typical park. So is there a plan of management? That's my first question. And if so, does it refer to commercial gym training?
No, I'm going to take a punt.
I assume it's just a park of the city, isn't it? There is no plan of management.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have plans of management for all council parks on Crown lands. I don't believe, but I would have to take on notice that there's a specific plan of management for Neptune Park. Generally, we have a plan of management that would go across a number of parks of a similar service level. Okay. In relation to banning of electronic music and commercial gym training, that would have to be through a policy or an order of council.
Okay, my question, yes, that sort of leads to my next question. Can currently personal trainers, or I'll reword it, can residents hire a personal trainer and use their services at one of these public gyms at the moment?
And sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I should correct myself. In relation to plans of management, commercial gym training could be considered as part of a review of plan of management. That's separate to the electronic music itself. Sorry, Councillor Roberts, what was the follow-on question?
So there's nothing wrong with a resident hiring a personal trainer and using them at one of these outdoor gyms. Is that correct? Under the current laws of the council.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I find point E, where council endorses the idea of banning the commercial use of these gyms, a bit too far. So if the mover could potentially just delete banning commercial gym training, this would have my full support. And I completely agree that commercial operators should not monopolise the outdoor gym space, but they should be able to be hired by residents and use those facilities.
Councillor Matson?
With all respect, Mr. Mayor, look, I won't accept that. I do feel that this particular site does have the potential of arousing more tension than normal, and that the commercial gym training is probably a problem for us that we should confront. I know this will offend the councillor, but I do point out that the clause says reviewing the reserve. I'm not It's
Well,
open.
the wording, council says reviewing the reserves plan and management with the intent of banning commercial gym training. So this is what you're saying is you want council to endorse that.
I think I've made myself clear with all respect. I don't
Okay,
believe
so-
that we put the gym in place.
So
for commercial
I'll take that,
park
Councillor
license.
Matson. I'll take that. You won't accept the removing the word. So
Would any councillor be willing to second an amendment where I simply just delete?
I would, Councillor Parker.
Yeah, I would.
Councillor Parker, yes, I would happily support that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Parker.
I
really
accept
appreciate
it. I accept it. I know when I'm
thank
done.
you, Councillor Matson.
I know when the sizzles are starting to come out.
Okay,
So
well,
we'll
thank you
remove
very
those.
much. So that's in that current wording. I support that. I think Councillor Hamilton spoke very well, and I agree with her regarding that this potential situation is a peak of this COVID lockdown, and hopefully it's not the average or the normal. And I'm sure that it will recede in time. And we do need to find a balance. And it sounds to me like there's some extremely rude behaviour that is being happening down there, and that's unacceptable. So council should use all its powers at its disposal to ameliorate that. And I think this motion does go as far as it can towards that to that end. So I commend the councillor for that. So I'll close there. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Bowen.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll just be very quick. I'm happy to support the motion, and I understand the issues there. I mean, obviously the coastal walkway, particularly at the moment until today when the weather turned, and given the pandemic has been, there's an enormous amount of traffic at the moment. I've been down there a few times. Having said that, I'm a huge supporter of our outdoor gyms. I think they've been a great success, and Randwick was one of the first councils to have them set up, and I think the first one was at Maroubra Beach. And I understand the concerns of the residents, but it is a park, and it has to be available to all of our community. And I don't support moving it because I'm aware that in the past there's been issues at Grant Reserve. I think that Councillor Matson's motion strikes the right balance. I don't really have an issue with one-on-one personal trainers using equipment like this. I think it's really important for our community that they have the opportunity to exercise outside in the sunshine with their friends. So whilst I'm sympathetic to the current situation, and I think this is the right balance, and certainly the gym should not be being used at night or for commercial purposes, but I'm supportive of our parks having the right facilities and good facilities for our community to use. I'll support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. So it's Councillor Shuri.
Okay, just turn my camera on. I think we are suffering at the moment from a particular time for gym users, but normally council charges personal trainers for using their space. I know that because I have a personal trainer who uses a part of Maroubra Beach, and she pays for that space. And she's managed to pivot because she is now doing everything by Zoom. But so having commercialisation of our gyms goes against, or I would have thought, council's own policy of charging personal trainers to use the space that they have, and they have, declared areas where personal trainers can work because of the problems, as Councillor Hamilton pointed out, because of the problems that residents were suffering from with, unregulated use of, personal trainer groups, marauding up and down. Not that I maraud everybody, I want you to know that, marauding up and down the beach. But this gym is in a very different place to all the other gyms that we have in our community. It's so close to residents. All the other gyms that we have, as the speaker so clearly pointed out, was that none of them are near residents. So so even if somebody, let's take Maroubra Beach, for instance, if somebody is playing music down there or lighting it up at night, nobody would notice because there's no residents about to bother. But this particular gym is different from all of the others, and it's so close to residents that I think that I really feel for them. God, I would go, I'm sure every councillor would go totally mental if they could, you know, and the boxing sound, you know, personal training is pretty loud, you know, it's the groans and the moans. So I'm highly supportive of this, and I think that we should maybe look at groups, you know, using commercial groups using our gyms, which is not what they were designed for. They were designed for our residents to use to keep fit, but to have a personal trainer groups on them, I just think it cuts out the normal resident who wants to use it, which is what it was provided for. So I'm supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Suri. So, Councillor Sang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speaking in support of the motion, firstly, I agree with Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Bowen that the option or the suggestion by the speaker who addressed us earlier to relocate the gym to in front of Wiley's Bath, I don't think that's a good option. I think that's taking sledgehammer to address the problems. Neptune Park, despite the fact that it is close to residential areas, to the apartments there, I believe it's a good spot. It's a huge park. And with this motion, hopefully we'll get a report from our Director of City Services that will address the problems. And one of the things that I would like to see is perhaps to introduce rules for this particular area. Now, I don't like rules in terms of outdoor gyms, but we can have a win-win situation both for the residents there and well, many of them could be using the park the gym as well, I would imagine, and outsiders. We just need the users of the gym to understand, to be sensitive that they shouldn't be making too much noises to start with. Now, many of us go to pubs and hotels, and I can still remember some of the signs there which says, when you leave the premises, please keep your volume down and be aware of the residents, right? Now, we need users of the gym to also be conscious of that. So they should stop yelling and shouting. I know, I mean, sometimes you really need that to encourage people to exert more, you know. But again, in this particular spot, the users have to be sensitive. What are they doing? So on one hand, where the earlier motion included banning commercial use of the gym, I thought that was appropriate. But now, given that it's been removed, I understand that. But again, if we're going to restrict the operating times, well, are the residents going to be able to put up with the noises during the day? Will they get used to it? Well, let's see. Let's wait for the report to come back. So, Mr. Mayor, I support the motion before us.
So, thank you, Councillor Sang. So I'll put it, councillors. So all those in favour say aye.
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 Aye. Any nays? I declare that carried. So now we move on to NM 59/21.
I'm happy to second this, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Luxford.
Happy to second it.
Councillor Stravinos, yep, they seconded it. Councillor Luxford, do you want to speak on your motion?
I think my motion and what has been said tonight is pretty pretty clear. This is a good initiative, and it's a good, a feel-good thing for our council to be participating in. We did resolve to go plastic-free for our LGA, and our council, and this is just another way of getting closer to that objective or to that goal by switching our plastic bags for Hessian bags, which are reusable. Even if they're thrown out with, they will break down, but we can use them in a number of ways throughout our regular council day and work, like they are excellent for weed matting in people's gardens. They'll work as good weed matting in our council parks and gardens. I just urge you all to support this motion, and let's give it a go and see if it makes a difference, if we can make a difference by switching out our plastic bags for Hessian for natural fibres. So I think it speaks for itself, but yeah. So I urge you all to support this motion and get behind something that's environmentally friendly.
Thank you. Councillor Trevinos.
I reserve my right to speak at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Thank
cool.
you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I feel like Councillor Luxford and I are twinning tonight. We agree on so many things. I really commend her for putting this forward. I think this is a fantastic idea. I really don't have any concerns or matters to raise against this motion at all. And I hope that the council staff can put this in place as quickly as possible. What I would say is this to me seems like such a done deal, something that seems so logical to me, that I hope that they don't do a pilot and run the pilot. I think that we can switch out plastic bags quite quickly and cost effectively if these Hessian bags are available. So that's really what I'd like to say about it, and I will definitely be voting for the motion. Well done, Councillor Luxford.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Before I go to you, Councillor Shuri, I've got a question from Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you very much, Mayor. It's just a question in terms of the wording. I'm totally in support of this idea. I think it's a great idea. But do we need to have report or council staff do something? Because is that implied? It's not actually stated. So it's a question. Do we need some extra words in there? Probably I need to ask the General Manager through you, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, council staff would read this, that there would be a report coming forward before we implemented the trial to let councillors know how that trial would work and what the cost would be.
I certainly, my reason for asking the question was not so that it would take a lot of time. It's so that it actually happens. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Shuri.
Yeah, that was my point, actually, Councillor Luxford. Great motion, fantastic. Is when we hear that we have to collect pallets of these Hessian bags, I also would feel confident to ask that when we're saying investigate, that there would be a report and brought back to the next council meeting on how much this would actually cost and whether it's actually feasible for our current staff to, how it would be feasible is probably what I mean, how it would be feasible for our staff to be able to collect these bags on a regular basis, and then how we would distribute them. But yeah, great. I'm going to support the motion, but I really would like to see a report on how feasible it is and how our staff are going to incorporate it, basically.
Thank you. So, councillors, I don't see any more hands up, so I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
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 Sorry.
So now we go to NM 60/21. Notice of motion from Councillor Matson, avoidable child safety risk from the current configuration of the toilets and the change rooms at the Heffron Centre. So Councillor Matson, do I have a seconder?
I'll second it. Councillor Veach.
And Councillor Matson, go ahead.
Thank you. Look, I do feel that this will come back to us at some time in the future. There will be a question put as to why the council pursued this particular design approach when there was quite strong argument put to us that this might well be a health and safety issue for young girls or young boys using the gym facility with certain well, the BCA itself, the assessment of it states that there aren't enough toilets or amenities purely for the gym users, and that the only way it can be made to work, the only way the situation can provide a suitable number of amenities is that the users of the gym...
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
What's the point of order?
Mate, the point of order is, Mr. Mayor, sorry for my late interjection. This matter has already been dealt with by council. It was voted by council at the last meeting and adopted, and the matter has gone out to tender. It's been signed off. The contract has been signed to build it in accordance with council's resolution. What Councillor Matson is doing now is not appropriate, and it should be ruled out of order. This should be brought up at the last council meeting, rather than now. It's too late. The horse is bolted. Should be ruled out of order.
What I'll do is just to confirm your point of order, and it may stop us from going any further. I'll have to rely on the general manager. That is there. If this motion goes through, is there a point? Is there a chance that it can get changed, or is it too late, as Councillor Andrews has said?
It's going to be a variation.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Director of City Services sent an email around to all councillors today just to, I guess, provide further information in relation to this notice of motion in relation to the BCA compliance, but also to advise councillors that we have entered into a tender for design and construct. So the purpose of that and the purpose for having a lessee on board for the multi-purpose and gymnastics centre was to be able to move forward and finalise design. So it would be the intention of the design team to work with the operator to determine if there are any changes required as part of the operation of the facility. As discussed in the email to councillors today, the current design is based on trying to strike the right balance for the gymnastics centre in relation to amenities, office space, storage and the likes, as compared to the actual gymnastics stadium space itself. So where the gymnastics takes place. Should the design change at this point and the toilets expand in this area, then it just means that another area protracts in order to keep within the 1300s. The design team was merely trying to ensure the best use of space, and in relation to the child safety concerns, the design has been undertaken in accordance with crime prevention through environmental design. So design principles in relation to child safety have been taken on board in providing the design to date. So to answer your question, Mr. Mayor, the tenderer, ADCO, will be working through final design and construct as part of that tender. So there is still an opportunity to have that reviewed. But we would suggest that proceed in consultation with the operator.
So we can debate the motion. We can continue.
Through Mr. Mayor, there is nothing that I can't see that it's out of order.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Hamilton.
I hadn't finished.
Oh, sorry. I was just going through the hands up. Sorry, Councillor Matson.
That's okay. Yeah, essentially what I am proposing is that we recognise that a very serious question has been put to us by the gymnastics community. They are concerned for the safety of young girls. The BCA assessment by design assessment, the company, or design confidence, I think they said, they too identified that there is a deficiency for gymnastics participants. And they suggested that the in excess amenities for the multi-use centre could be used. But they also had some concerns. They went on to flag that we ourselves as a council has a responsibility for overcoming these concerns. They stated, spatially facilities are capable of complying. As the design progresses, further input will need to be provided by the client, that's us, on how these facilities will be managed to ensure separate facilities are provided for males and females. They spotted the problem. They were trying to help us, but they flagged that we as a council really have to address this. And I think it's beholden on us to sit down with a successful tenderer and say, okay, what will it take to make this a safe training environment for young girls pursuing gymnastics? I noted other concerns as well. This glass wall in which it would be possible for young female or young male students, trainees to be viewed, that's worrying as well. I remember we had a real problem once at the Heffron pool. That went badly for us. I won't go into it. But that was enough to remind me that as representatives of the community, when the question is put to us, we don't throw our hands up and say, no, it's too late. We don't want to know about it. When the argument is put to us that we need to promote the participation by females in sport, and we've all voted for that. When that is put to us and the further question is put that this, in the opinion of many of the parents, many of the people who have run that gymnastics facility, that this is potentially unsafe, how can we, as a responsible council, say, well, you should have talked to us before we signed the contract. We signed the contract, we're steaming ahead, we're going to do it. That could come back to really haunt us and could result in the destructive experiences of young children who trust in us to provide them with a safe facility. I don't think that there was no way I could not put this motion. It comes to me that I am appealing to the conscience of councillors on this point. A serious question has been put to us, and I think we have an obligation to respond to it. And so what I'm suggesting is that we make the approach to the tender, we talk it over, we see what it will do, and they may be amenable. I'll ask for your support. My conscience after this will be clear that I tried to do something at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Councillor Matson. As seconder, Councillor Beach.
Thank you. I obviously am fully in support of this motion. Mr Mayor, councillors, this is a very sensible motion. I don't see it as being in any way controversial, no matter what your views on the Heffron Centre, on the gymnastics. This is a sensible motion addressing legitimate concerns put forward by community members and by families who are members of, who use the gymnastics facility as it is at the moment. We all know, certainly myself, you know, pretty much everywhere you go, there's never enough female toilets. There's always queues, doesn't matter where you go. I think everyone recognises that. And so for a project of this size, it's inevitable that there are going to be tweaks and design changes throughout the whole process, as there are with so many other large and small building projects. It doesn't even matter if it's a house renovation, there's always going to be changes. And so I think it's completely fair that we, and uncontroversial, to have another look at this. It's the toilets. Let's have a look at it. Can we make some improvements for the young gymnasts? There will be a lot of people, as I said, even when my son many years ago, when they were in preschool, did the kinder gym there for a short period of time. It was always packed. There's heaps of kids there. You get millions of people going there, even just for the kinder gym projects, and they're all using the toilet. Think of when your kids were really little, going to the toilet every 5 minutes. They're going beforehand, they're going afterwards. There's different programs happening at different times. We need to make sure that those facilities are going to be adequate, and I commend the motion.
Thank you, councillors. And councillors, before I move on to Councillor Hamilton, I've got 7 hands up, so if we can please give our arguments as quick as possible. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
I have a question.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Roberts with a question. You go.
Yeah, just a question. I just need confirmation from a council officer the claims of this motion. So I just need confirmation that statement from BCA, the BCA design assessment report is correct, and also I'd like to know whether the current design had safety standards satisfied. So that's my questions.
Sure. I'll have to go to the General Manager because so Kerry, are you answering because you've flashed up?
Yeah, I'll answer, Mr. Mayor, if you're happy for me to do so.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the BCA report that was undertaken as part of the DA is a preliminary report to assess and done by a suitably qualified building consultant to assess any requirements that may need to be met as part of the National Construction Code, or otherwise known as the Building Code of Australia. So that happens at the development application stage. Now, subject to all the conditions that are required on the development consent, you must meet the National Construction Code to get your construction certificate. So what's been highlighted here is that spatially there is an ability for the development to comply with the BCA with the adjustment of some of those spaces and the facilities. And that is what will happen through the detailed design, development and submission for the construction certificate application. So I'm confident that based on that analysis that council will be able to meet those requirements.
Thank you. So Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to run through a few scenarios. My 2 daughters went through Bunurong gymnastics for years. When they were very young, I supervised them, just like every other parent. And whenever they needed to go to the bathroom, they didn't go alone. They always went in pairs, or the teacher would stop the group and the whole group would go. Lessons don't go longer than 1 hour. And if they do, it's because they're doing preparation for presentations and carnivals. What happens when you have presentations and carnivals? Every parent attends. Mum, dad, guardians and grandparents. So there's plenty of adult supervision. And again, the centre will not let a single male or female, remembering, Councillor Matson, that all children are vulnerable. And this is why we're there. This is why sporting communities are there as well, and they make sure that they're there to support the children, all the children that attend, and they make sure that all the children are safe. Our children are being taught all the time in all forums to stay together, go in groups to toilets. My daughter played soccer for 10 years, and I can tell you that the soccer players, they have to travel 500 metres sometimes across fields and fields and fields to go find a public toilet when they're spending hours out playing soccer out in the open field. So the fact that we're talking about children's safety is extremely important, but we also need to recognise parents supervise young children when they take them to these types of sporting events. They don't leave them on their own. Then when they get older and they are able to drop off and come back when the performance or the presentation is going to take place, they leave them in the care of the staff, and the staff, as I said, they make sure that they go off in 2s, go to the toilets in groups, and they make the breaks work around the toilet, the children's needs. Now, the other thing I want to point out is that when children go to do a sport after school or before school for an hour, they come dressed and ready to go. They wear their moccasins or their Crocs or their socks and their tracksuit pants and their jackets, and they take these things off, and underneath is their sporting outfit, whatever it might be, and they're ready to go. So the talk of change rooms and all these types of things, I just can't see that there is a huge need for a gym to have a huge change room, because the reality is you're dropping off your child for 1 hour, they go and do their sport, they get back in the car, you're rushing home and you're trying to get them to sit down, have dinner, do their homework and go to bed. So just coming from a purely mum's perspective here, talking from my experience, that I think that this whole situation with the gym and the toilets, it's blown way out of proportion, and you're not considering the actual practice of taking your child to sport. You don't drop them off when they're 5 years old and come back 3 hours later or anything like that. You're there for that 1 hour and you go home. Same with soccer players. They turn up in their soccer clothes. They don't need a change room. They go down the park, they pull their socks and boots on, they run on the field and they run off again. So I just want to point that out. I just think this is blown way out of proportion. We talk too much on this point.
Thank you. Councillor Stavrinos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I won't be supporting this motion tonight. We just heard from the Director of Planning advising that in order for a construction certificate to be given to council, that we need to meet the BCA, which is the Building Construction Code of Australia, and that has been achieved. Now, council does have a duty of care, and I'm satisfied that with all the safety measures have been put in place, and this facility will comply. We also received an email earlier today from the Director of City Planning, who, and I can confirm, he says here, that the amenities provisional requirements of the BCA were satisfied across the centre, and as further detailed below, a sufficient number of pans and urinals have been provided to satisfy the provisions of the BCA based on the indoor sports and gymnastics centre being considered as a whole, which is the intent of its operations and use. And this facility was the subject of any number of expert consultants involved. We had NS Projects, Coop Studios and Design Confidence. These are the groups. And on top of it all, we had quantity surveyors, we had our own planners in council and external planners involved in the entire process. Now, let me get this straight. What this motion is suggesting tonight is that council couldn't get a $57 million project right, and that this facility has deficiencies in its amenities. I tell you what's deficient, Mr. Mayor, this motion, not the facility and not the project. And now this motion, I agree with Councillor Andrews, should have been struck out of order, because what it's aiming to do is to delay further the construction. We've been through this. We've been through the design, and we've all voted on this. We've had our vote. I don't know how many times we've had it come to council, but at every stage we've had a vote on this, and never was this mentioned at all throughout the entire process. Wasn't brought up at all. But now it appears to have reared its head. Now, I'm sure that this is motivated by a political agenda to delay the project even further, and I'm not going to accommodate that. And the other point I want to raise is the fact that we had any number of organisations who tendered for this project to take over the new facility, including the current operator. Now, if it was deficient, do you think that these tenders would have put a tender in for this particular project if it was deficient? I don't believe it is. What I do believe is that this motion is deficient, and it shouldn't have even been brought up to the council. Now, I believe that as a council, we shouldn't be accommodating these types of motions that are not aimed at doing what's right for the community. They're aimed at focusing on a political line and narrative, and they should not be entertained at all. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shuri.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's the glass wall that actually suddenly sent off alarm bells for me, because I remember at the university gym, I came across a young man photographing on his phone through the glass young women using the gym equipment. And this really shocked me that this would even be possible. But there he was. He was photographing them. You know, their legs astride, a bit like the Lady Diana pictures. You know, legs astride and, you know, breasts out and all this sort of stuff. And
yeah, but people do this at the beach. I mean, you can't stop.
Point of order,
Councillor Hamilton. Sorry,
Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor
Sorry,
Sheridan,
I
please
just
just
let me finish. It's the
say.
glass wall of maybe young children being able to be photographed. That's all I'm saying, and I'm trusting council to make sure that this is not possible, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
This has nothing to do with a glass wall. It's about
Yeah, they could just cover it.
Councillors, can I just have have you finished? Sorry, Councillor Shuri, you finished?
Yeah, I have, but I just think that we should maybe, you know, Councillor Andrews, you've got a young daughter. I mean, really, would you like that? You know, have some man.
Councillor Shuri, I think you're accusing just about
everyone.
everyone.
Nippers down the beach.
I think the general manager wants to address the issue.
Point.
I think the general manager indicated she wants to address the issue.
Mr. Mayor, is that okay?
Yeah. Do you want to address the issue?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I was the glass wall has been brought up on a number of occasions. So, you know, given the opportunity, I will just once again point out that the design for Heffron Centre has been undertaken in consideration of principles around crime prevention, and that includes, and sometimes a glass wall might look like, you know, it might appear to provide access to unsavoury people and the likes, but in essence it also provides a natural surveillance as well, rather than having particular sports behind closed doors. We also have CCTV in the facility to ensure that if there are unsavoury people in the facility, and if they were to be taking photos or any of those examples provided, then we would have CCTV footage of that. The glass wall, like in many design concepts, does provide that natural surveillance and in many respects further protection of children that are participating in sport.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Councillor Bowen.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I can't support this motion. You know, who doesn't support child safety? Everyone does, but I don't think I'm concerned that this motion isn't established on its own as you read it, because it references the BCA and which talks about a design deficiency, yet the motion is asking the council to recognise that it's an extraordinary, far-reaching and quite a sort of serious position it's asking the council to take, that we recognise that the number of amenities presents an avoidable safety risk for children and young adults on the design of this centre. And the basis for that is what is in the BCA report. Nowhere does it say there. It talks about amenity and services and what you like, but it doesn't say anything about an avoidable safety risk for children and young adults. And when I was listening to the argument develop, I realised that it's talking about criminality, serious criminal conduct in terms of risk to our children. Now, we all know the background and the long history and the campaign that's been waged for months, you know, against this proposal. And I can't help but see this as the latest and perhaps even the most desperate instalment, because, you know, how do you design something to guard against criminality? You know, most children, unfortunately, are at risk in the home. That's the sad fact. And, you know, it's really quite I think it's very unfortunate that this motion is before us tonight in this way, where we're talking about, serious societal issues, serious criminality in the context of a design issue that can always be resolved once the building is actually built. And to talk about council owing a duty of care to provide an adequate number of amenities on the basis of a report which isn't saying that. And I just think it's really unfortunate that this level of sort of scaremongering has come to pass in relation to this particular issue. I mean, if the council wanted to say, if the move of this motion was serious, he would talk about the deficiency in the amenity, not to reach for these really unfortunate, tragic, horrific aspects of criminality. And just on the issue of the glass wall, I think the general manager answered that very well. But in any event, it's illegal to take photographs of children without the consent of their parents. So we can't conflate criminality with building design unless there's some really profound reason. But as the general manager indicated, the area will be under CCTV coverage. Parents, as Councillor Hamilton indicated, the whole anyone who works with children has to undergo a working with children check. Children's sport is now everyone's very conscious of the risks, and I just think this is a really unfortunate motion to come before this council, and I won't be supporting it.
Councillor Bond. So Councillor Parker.
Is there any further speakers? I just want 1 second. Okay, go to Councillor Andrews and then come back to me. I'm just waiting for David Kelly to receive something.
Okay. Councillor Andrews. Oh, you're still on mute.
I had a question, Mr. Mayor, which had been answered, but I'll reserve my right to speak after Councillor Parker.
Okay. Councillor Parker, are you there?
Yes. David, can I just confirm that you've received my amendment?
I have, thanks, Councillor Parker.
Okay, thank you. If you could just put it on there, just to be clear. Apologise for holding up the meeting. That's why I was requesting Councillor Andrews to go. The intention of my amendment, and I will happily speak to it, is that a report comes to Council discussing the issues outlined by Councillor Matson for reading and noting, and for the complete avoidance of doubt that this to not impact the progression of the project. As Councillor Bowen quite clearly outlined, Councillor Matson has included some quite serious allegations, which to date I actually have had no reason to believe there is any truth contained within. But to completely avoid any doubt or any concern, I think it would be important to be placed on the public record the significant advice and steps which have been taken in regards to the design and the adequacy of the design which is present. Just so councillors are clear, the inclusion of point D is to allow the project to progress, but in light of there being concern around what Councillor Matson is proposing, that there be a documentary record of the advice to the contrary, considering the assertions which are contained in Councillor Matson's motion. So as such, I propose that amendment.
So first of all, I ask Councillor Matson, would you rather just add that to it or keep it separate?
No, to be clear, it is not to add that, it's to strike out.
Okay, so can I have a seconder?
Substitute it with.
You'll have to have a seconder.
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Luxford.
Mr. Mayor, just with the wording of clause A as proposed by Councillor Parker, would that be a report comes to council outlining the adequacy of existing measures for reading and noting, focusing on the motion put by Councillor Matson, or because I'm concerned that, yes, if we go this way, we might lose the intent of my motion, which was
Could I just actually ask Councillor Parker if the email that Mr. Clark sent around today, isn't that virtually
exactly
explaining the outlining the existing measures and reading and noting that?
That's what I was thinking. He'd be cutting and pasting.
Yeah, it's just. Can I just say that in the absence of saving time and our staff?
Well, I can answer your question. Well,
yeah.
The Mayor's asked me a question, Councillor Andrews. So if you just hold on for 1 second, the answer to that is that Mr. Clark's advice was sent to councillors. It was not public. The purpose of this report is to demonstrate to the public the advice which has been provided to us. If there is another mechanism where where Mr. Clark's advice to us can be presented in a public fashion, that's fine. The reason why I've moved this amendment in this way is Councillor Matson has made serious allegations. I don't believe there's any truth to them, but what I would like is there to be a clear record as to the advice which we've received as to why there is no concern to be had here.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Andrews, look, I haven't got an issue with Councillor Parker's motion, and I agree with Councillor Parker, but I think we should just table tonight the email from Mr. Clark dated the 24th of August 2021, which was sent to us at 2:52 p.m. today, which basically outlines what Councillor Parker is asking for. I think Councillor Parker is being responsible here, and I agree with him. He's trying to cover council's back, and I think the council has done nothing wrong. It complies with the BCA. It's compliant, and I think we should just table Mr. Clark's response to this meeting, to the minutes tonight. So
I would support that.
I agree with that.
Councillors, I'll just ask the General Manager if that's possible. Is she there? We're just waiting on the General Manager. I'll just ask her if she's...
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I am coming. I'm just finding the appropriate clause in the Code of Conduct. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do believe the email could be tabled at this council meeting for public access and put on the record.
So would the amendment have to read that we table the report? Is that part of the amendment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, Councillor.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm happy to wait for the advice of the General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, should Councillor Parker wish to incorporate the tabling of the email into his amendment, that could be done.
So, Councillor Parker, are you willing to do that? Was that
look in light
in the
of
process?
That, I would like to table the advice of Mr. Clark, and as such, I would strike out A and B, and simply that the amendment seeks to table the advice provided to councillors from Mr. Clark.
I support that.
Regarding?
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Very sensible, Parker.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
to cover our back, exactly.
So councillors will just give it 1 second for Mr. Kelly to write it.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I've got my hand.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Singh. But it has to be
that,
towards the amendment now.
That's fine. I support the amendment. If the mover and seconder could also, what we need to do is to make sure that we address the issue clearly here. So I think we should also use the words here by Mr. Clark. There is the last dot point safe, adequate design, and CPTED, which stands for Crime Prevention through Environmental Design. Principles have been considered throughout the design of the Heffron Centre as a whole, and with respect to the components of the facility, blah, blah, blah. Each of the change room and amenities locations has been considered with respect to accessibility, safe and secure design principles in place, including secure access, CCTV provisions, and sight lines to attempt to mitigate unsafe or unsavory situations occurring during operations. Full stop.
Okay.
Sufficient.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry,
we don't
just
need
to
a
let
report.
the minute
That's
take.
good enough. It's quite clear there.
Okay. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, I was just going to note to the minute taker that I've just sent an email with that dot point through to him.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Look, in light that if it's going to be that the advice be tabled at this meeting as follows, I think that's adequate and encapsulates what Councillor Singh has suggested. So I move the amendment as follows.
Councillor Luxford, you're still happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, councillors, I'm going to put the amendment. All those in favour?
Go straight to it. Go straight to a division, Mr. Mayor. I want a division on this.
Okay. So.
Bless you.
Okay, so I'll go around the room as per usual. Councillor, so this is for the amendment, councillors.
Correct.
That. So,
Yep.
Councillor Hamilton.
4.
Councillor Shuri.
4.
Councillor Nielsen.
4.
Councillor Beach.
Against.
Councillor Stravinos.
4.
Councillor Luxford.
4.
Councillor Parker.
4.
Councillor Sang.
4.
Councillor Andrews.
4.
Councillor Bowen.
4.
Councillor Matson.
Against.
Councillor Roberts.
4.
Councillor D'Souza.
4.
And the Mayor is 4, so I declare that carried. So now that becomes the motion. Will I go around again, or we just use the same, make it easier?
No, I move the motion. Thank you.
So
I move it.
Yeah, so
I'll
it's
second
moved by Councillor Parker. So now it's the motion. So all those in favour say aye.
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 I declare that. And against? I declare that carried. So now that's the motion. So councillors, I had hoped to finish all the motions that we had speakers on by now, but I think we'll have a break. It's 9:15 and we'll have a break till 9 o'clock. We'll start the meeting again at 9:01 p.m. and we're starting with I might have just have to mute everyone. We're starting with NM 61/21, notice of motion from Councillor Matson, concerns that the Camray Ferry Wharf project will impact negatively on Botany Bay seagrass beds. Councillor Matson, do I have a seconder?
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor. Councillor D'Souza.
Seconded by Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, certainly. Just speaking on it, the Recreational Fishing Alliance of New South Wales has reported that neither they nor the South Sydney Amateur Fishing Association and the New South Wales branch of the Australian National Sport Fishing Association support the proposed ferry wharfs under the current EIS. And the gist of this motion is to focus on the ecological side of the question, stepping away from any sort of land usage or transport issues. It's to look squarely at whether or not we as a council can have faith that this will be a project that will not impact adversely on the ecology of Botany Bay. The Fishing Alliance has put forward in their address tonight their history, their concerns about previous impacts of previous projects on the ecology. They wrote to me and outlined a report they had from some time ago. That was a look at whether or not there was a valuable seagrass bed that could be at peril. They stated one site had significantly greater abundance of various species. This report compared seagrass sites up and down the coast. I found it very interesting, and I noted the concern in it, but it was rather dated, so I went and did some research of my own. I came across a report done in 2018, much more recent than the one mentioned by the Alliance. It was by Nicole Shumway, James E.M. Watson, Megan I. Saunders and Maritone Marin. They looked at seagrass transplanting offset procedures around the world. As you would be aware, in the EIS, it's advanced that if there is going to be any impact on the seagrass population or spread within the bay, that this can be met by an offset program, which means that basically if a particular seabed is torn up by the construction, it can be offset by trying to artificially, or whatever way they attempt to repopulate another area of the bay with seagrass. The report I just mentioned raised serious doubts as to whether this was possible. The authors of the report looked around the world where these transplanting programs were attempted. It noted that there had been quite a few, but there had been no effective follow-up to see if they actually worked. That to me suggests that we should be very cautious about accepting the argument put by the proponents of this project that they can make good any seagrass loss by a transplanting program, an offset program. Certainly I think it's beholden on us and the state government just to assess whether or not the proponents really are serious about this, or whether they're just going through the motions of putting something that sounds nice. Certainly the speaker tonight advanced the argument that his alliance, his sister organisations, his community of fisher people do feel that there will be a drop-off in ecology if this project is allowed to go through as it is. Because how can we put any trust in it, really, if we're not absolutely certain that what they're proposing can be done and actually has been done successfully elsewhere in the world, when we know that at least one major report suggests it can't be done. So I've noted that we resurrect the Environment Committee of the Council and that we put this question to it under Clause E, that we ourselves write to local MPs in the local seats, putting forward our concerns and noting the concerns of the Fisher Alliance. I think this is an appropriate thing for us to do. As I said at the beginning, this is stepping aside from any land usage questions, from any ownership questions, from any financial questions, and it's just focusing purely on the ecological questions under this project. And I think there's been enough doubt raised already that this will have a pretty drastic impact on the ecology of the Botany Bay aquifer and catchment that has already been, in many ways, already degraded. So I would ask for support.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. Matson.
We look so much alike.
Eastwood, I'm getting confused. Councillor De Souza, a seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, this is a big project. And yes, looking at the reports, it's been designed to minimise impact on seagrasses and marine biodiversity. But let's be honest, any project of this magnitude will affect the ecological systems of the marine life in the bay. So what Councillor Matson is proposing is good. But if we want to be specific, what we need is a biodiversity offset strategy, which must be prepared by a qualified marine biologist. I found this out from the research I did. And council's officers can then review this biodiversity offset strategy and give us their views and how it can be concomitantly used with any future submissions. Now, the other thing is the size of the wharf and the materials that are being used to build this wharf. I know from the reading again that this group has taken some consideration into light being able to, well, the materials will be transparent so sunlight can penetrate and allows the sea grasses to continue to grow. But in our end, the La Perouse end, Councillor Matson or one of his associates has pointed out, we have a very thin layer there, and there will be need to have some form of transplantation of seagrass to this end to continue for the ecosystems to continue to be balanced. So anyway, I fully support what Councillor Matson is proposing, and I hope we can get this biodiversity offset strategy going with using a professional marine biologist. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matson, I just need to ask you, in point C, someone's asked me.
Yes,
yep.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, in the last line, it's reservations over the propels in local constituents. Is that prospects or?
We're looking at
point C,
point
the last.
Just ask me that question again.
Yeah, so the actual word, I just want to get it right because if we write to the MP, so point C says, right, blah, blah, blah. Fishing agency groups indicate strong reservations over the propels in our local constituents. CCs.
That should be.
I think you mean proposal.
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. I am sorry.
Just wanted to make sure so that we.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? So then I'll put it. So councillors, I'll put it then. So all those in favour say aye.
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 Against?
Aye.
Declare that carried. So then we go to NM 63/21. Notice of motion from Councillor Veach. Call for parliamentary inquiry into the privatisation of sell-off of public services, lands and community infrastructure in New South Wales. So do I have a seconder?
Seconded, Councillor Matson.
By Councillor Matson. Councillor Veach, go ahead.
Thank you. And I just have there's a slight typo where it says point 4A. It should read, yes, the commercialisation. I was having a few issues with my numbers. Councillors, I've just made a very slight revision to sort of pull out the reference to CAMA and put it under the reference to the recent resolutions. I've also noted a new issue that's come up in the last few days regarding the proposed privatisation or commercialisation of Transport for New South Wales, as reported in the Sydney Morning Herald on the 19th of August. This motion is really, I guess, reaffirming Council's position on a number of issues that we've been dealing with pretty much over this last term, whether it's the privatisation or cuts to our local bus service, privatisations of TAFE, even though they haven't happened in our LGA as yet, and I certainly hope they don't. This has been an issue that's been brought to Council before, and we should certainly have concerns about our local TAFE. There's been concerns about potential commercialisation of Centennial Park, encroachments there with the changes, and certainly expressing community concerns around the ferry wharf, which we've discussed at length tonight. there is an opportunity for an inquiry. We can see that even within our own LGA, which is relative to many other LGAs, certainly much smaller in size, if not population, than many of the others we have across New South Wales. But you can see the impacts just within our suburbs with the privatisations that have been happening to our land and services over these last few years. An inquiry is something I believe this community does support. I canvassed this motion with quite a lot of community members over this last couple of weeks and received strong support. There's a chance to actually get an inquiry that could be supported in the upper house. We could actually get this up and running with the support of our upper house parliamentary colleagues, and give our community a chance to have their say through making submissions, through actually going and speaking at these inquiries, if it was to happen, and really show the impact just in one area, but actually this would apply across the board if we could get support for this. So, councillors, it's not asking for anything in addition to our position on other matters. All of this supports previous council resolutions, and I don't believe council would be in support of the commercialisation of Transport for New South Wales, as was evidenced in the leaked report recently. So I do hope you can support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Matson is seconder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I commend the councillor for bringing this forward. It carries on in the strong tradition of Randwick City Council that we do question the government on key issues where clearly we as the local government authority has the need and the obligation to do so.
Thank you. Any fellow councillors wish to speak? So councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
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 Oh, sorry. I just saw two hands. Sorry. They seem to come late.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
Mr. Mayor.
I've only seen the hands go up on the screen, but not on my side.
Okay.
So, Councillor, I'll just go ladies first. Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Singh. Yeah, Councillor Luxford.
I think I may need to declare an interest here, as I work for TAFE.
Yeah, but the TAFE's not even impacted.
Yeah, but just putting it out there.
Yeah.
Councillor Hamilton.
I don't support this motion. We don't work for the state government. We work for Randwick residents. We are a local council that works for our residents.
Most of us work for our residents.
Sorry? Councillors work for residents? We work.
Nothing, sorry.
You have to unmute yourself, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton?
Yep. I'm here. Sorry about that. Okay, yes, so there was some terrible feedback, but it's fixed now, I think.
Yeah, it is.
I don't support this. I think that the fact that this is a motion that's trying to catch all outside of Randwick City Council. I mean, the Speaker, Councillor Veitch, actually admitted that her point D doesn't even impact Randwick. So I just can't believe that we're just putting up a motion. And, are we going out to put a motion for Dubbo and for, all over the state? I mean, we're Randwick City Council, and many of these things that she's listed, they haven't happened in our LGA. And so I don't believe...
sorry, point of order.
There's no point of order,
Councillor Veitch, point of order.
David Shoebridge wrote the motion.
Councillor Veitch, yep.
Just in relation to Councillor Hamilton's point about TAFE.
Because you don't like an argument that goes against
make my point.
Councillor Hamilton, she's got please. Councillor Veitch now.
If you'll actually read the wording of the motion, we have had council resolutions in support of TAFE before.
Yeah.
So that's not a
And
point
that
of
is
order.
what this motion says.
That's not a
It
point of order.
acknowledges and reaffirms council resolution in relation to these.
How's that a point of order? That's a rebuttal.
That is a fact.
Mr. Mayor, can you take control, please?
Yeah, I'm trying to get
That's a
my mute
rebuttal.
button, but I can't find it. There it is. Okay, Councillor Hamilton, do you want to unmute yourself and then finish, please? Councillor Hamilton, yeah, there you go.
So yes, just because councillors are entitled to assert their opinion and their responses to a motion, and just because Councillor Veach doesn't like that the responses are based on fact, that's why every time I do state some facts, I hear that it's a point of order, and it's not a point of order because the words came out of Councillor Veach's mouth that the TAFE has not been sold and privatised in Randwick. So let's just stick to the facts when we're talking about matters that impact the residents of Randwick Council, not blow things out of proportion and decide to cast a wide net and capture every single item that we possibly can and list it on a motion, trying to produce evidence that this government, the state government, have not done the right thing. Because the reality is they are, and they're continuing to do so. So I'm not supporting it. I don't think it comes as any surprise at all. And I believe that if Councillor Veach wants to debate issues at the state level, she should go and run for a state seat, and good luck.
Councillor Singh.
Sorry, I'm trying to. Okay, I won't laugh. Can I put a question to the mover, the Deputy Mayor, on her paragraph 2? Acknowledges the significant community concerns regarding the commercialization and sale of public lands and services in the Randwick LGA. Could she give a few examples, please? That's the first question. And the second question is, acknowledges the significant community concerns. Significant. Now, if you got 5% of the population who have expressed their concerns to the Deputy Mayor, would you classify that? Would you regard that as significant?
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Singh and Mr. Mayor. Councillors, I've simply listed the issues that have been brought to various councillors over the course of this term and that have been debated. I'm simply answering Councillor Singh's question. We have council resolutions in relation to all of the things that I have noted.
So what are they? What are the commercialization and sale of public lands? I'm not aware of. And also significant community concerns. I'm not aware there's been significant community concerns. Maybe a few hundred
She never
people.
wrote the motion, mate.
Been written by Shoebridge.
She never wrote the motion.
Excuse me, I totally wrote this motion.
Yes.
But if you want to chat about it another time.
So that's not factually
I'll
correct.
write
With
all of my
respect,
motions.
Councillor Veach,
In the
that's
West
not
has got the
correct.
same one, just
It's not
reworded.
factually correct. Point number 2. I'm happy to support some of your other parts of the motion, but I've got a problem with point number 2.
That's fine. I believe that there is significant concerns. We've had, if you don't mind me responding to your question.
Point of order. Point of
I've
order.
just been asked
There's no
a
point of order, Councillor Hamilton. I'm waiting for the answer to the question.
Because Councillor Veach is
Please just let her
debating
answer the
with
question.
Councillor Singh.
Go ahead.
Debate.
Councillor Veach, if you can answer the question, please. You just have to unmute yourself.
Sorry, I accidentally muted myself. I'm simply noting issues that have been brought to council by local MPs. A lot of these issues have been raised by our local state members. We've debated these issues at council. We have council resolutions on all the points that I have noted here. But I'm not sure if this is the way. I mean, I'm happy to keep answering questions, but I didn't realise this is the way we normally debated things here. But If you
Maybe
don't recall the motion, if you don't
Councillor Veach,
recall the debates, I
I'll
can't.
just say in the defence of Councillor Sang, he's just only asked for some examples, and I mean it's nothing more. It's not really.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have listed the examples in the motion.
That's right. So
maybe I
I
apologise to the councillors if my wording didn't make that clear. But we've had debates about the ferry, we've had debates about TAFE, we've had mayoral minutes, I believe, about Centennial Park. We've had debates about the bus services. We've had debates about TAFE. I'm just answering the question. And I've tried to, I apologise.
Yeah, but we don't need them regurgitated. We don't need them regurgitated.
Concerns about
councillors, Councillor Hamilton, what is your point of order?
My point of order is that Councillor Veach has already spoken on the motion and she answered Councillor Seng's question and she's continuing to debate the motion and we need to move on.
I'm very happy to move on. I was simply asking follow-on
questions. Is there any
I
further?
vote that the matter be put. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone further wish to speak? And then we'll put it. Actually, there's no one with their hands raised. So I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
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 Those against?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
I declare that carried. So now we go back to, we've done the ones we've had speakers on. So we've got no mayoral minutes. Is there any urgent business?
I thought there was, Mr. Mayor.
Oh no, that's just the general manager's report. I'll bring that up in the general manager's report.
Urgent business, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, Councillor Andrews.
Mr. Mayor, you in council advised local residents via the rate notice of up and coming council elections on the 4th of September 2021. I understand that council has used its social media outlets to advise that an election has now been deferred. It's my view that council should now write to local residents in the same manner that it communicated via yourself with the rate notice, but the council elections have now been deferred to the 4th of December 2021.
Yep, I'm happy to second that.
There's no communication. You need to use the same communication that you sent a letter to residents telling them that there's an election. You haven't told them, Mr. Mayor, that there's no election on the 4th of September. I'm inundated with inquiries from local residents asking where to vote on the 4th of September. This council needs to write to local residents, just like we wrote to them advising of the 4th of September election. We need to write to them and tell them that the election has been deferred by the state government and that we should seek reimbursement of such costs from the Electoral Commission of New South Wales.
Second that, Mr. Mayor. Happy to second that.
Seconded by Councillor Strevino. I'm just waiting for Mr. Kelly to finish writing out the motion. Is that okay, Councillor Andrews?
Postpone the election to 4th, and seeking reimbursement of the cost of doing so from, I don't know, is it the Office of Local Government or the Electoral Commission? Mr. Mayor, it was to no fault of this council that the elections were deferred. There's still residents and ratepayers who think that the election is going ahead on the 4th of September. Apart from what you've put up on social media, the majority of our community think there's an election on the 4th of September. I think there's really bad communication by our council in not notifying our residents. If we hadn't done it via the rate notice, telling them that the election was on the 4th of September, I wouldn't be moving this motion. But we wrote to residents and advised them that there's elections on the 4th of September we sent a letter in the rate notice. The same thing should be done. A letter should now be sent advising them it's been postponed. And it should go out immediately. I as a councillor should not be having to move this motion. It should have been done already.
Councillor Stravinos as seconder.
I reserve my right to speak at this time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager. I'm just curious in her interpretation how this would interrelate in when it comes to the expenditure of council funds without an otherwise identified source. I know that the source is contingent on the Electoral Commission reimbursing it, or is it her view that because it is considered as urgent, it is therefore not required under the Code of Meeting Practice to identify a source? I'm just not sure here.
Through Mr. Mayor, generally the Code of Meeting Practice requires a report where there is a financial cost. In this regard, I can advise councillors, and the reason for that is so that councillors are making an informed decision, understanding the financial consequences. In regards to this, I can inform councillors that as part of the rate notices, the Mayor does send a mayoral message out in that newsletter, which does talk about budgets as well as a message, and in this case we did talk about the upcoming election. In order to send a mail out to every household, that would cost between 60 and 80,000. It's about $1 per stamped envelope, and that would be the cost in relation to this exercise.
Well, actually, before we carry on, I should take a vote on whether this is urgent, whether this matter is urgent business or not. So before we have any more debate, do you want me to do it as a division or just ask for a yay or nay?
Probably do it.
I'll just ask for the yay or nay first. So anyone who thinks this is urgent, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No.
No.
Silly idea.
I think the ayes have it, so we'll debate it. Councillor Sprinter, sorry, did you finish or have you started yet?
No, I just I said I reserve my right to speak at this time.
Oh,
Mr.
okay,
Mayor.
sorry. Okay. So I'll go by the first hand I saw was Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, I think Councillor Andrews has raised a valid point. We have communicated in writing, so to speak, via the rates notice, which I'm glad we get the rates notice sometimes myself, because sometimes it's the only way I find things out as well. But that aside, we did communicate it in this fashion, and there are a lot of people, and I have been advocating this my whole time in council, who do not have social media, who do not get the council newsletter via the email, etc., etc., etc. And the fact that we've gone and told them there's an election, maybe it's the proper and right thing to do to tell them there isn't one.
Councillor Matson.
Look, if we're going to do this, can I suggest that we don't say it's been postponed to the 4th of December, because there's a very good chance it might be postponed again. If we do not, you might want to just say that the September date will not be happening. I'm also a little bit concerned too. The government is doing this in good faith as a strategy to contain the Delta variant. Should we actually be trying to extract money from them for that? I mean, are we saying to them that we desperately want an election even if there isn't? Even if there is a Delta variant, maybe we just accept that it's a cost we have to bear. I'd hate to see the government pressured into going to an election when it's really not a good idea.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I don't support this particular motion. The other thing I'm just concerned about, in order for us to write to residents prior to September 4, it leaves a very narrow time frame in order for us to actually do that, knowing the delays in regards to printing houses and the considerable stress which Australia Post is currently under, even meeting a kind of 3 to 5 business day turnaround. I actually think it would be highly unlikely that we could reasonably communicate with the bulk of our residents and have them open their mail before September 4 at this point anyway, at which point, obviously, as Councillor Matson has foreshadowed, yes, there is a tentative December 4 date, but I'm not convinced that, that is set in stone, and so we could possibly open ourselves up to the fact that we would have to write again. So no, look, I don't support this particular motion from Councillor Andrews. I think it is potentially throwing 80 grand in the bin for an election which is not as of yet set in stone.
Councillor De Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, just to shed some light on the election dates, I got some information from a very good source that the date December 4th cannot be postponed because it's enshrined in legislation where the minister can postpone it only twice. He did it, or she did it, I should say, last year and then again this year. So to change it again, it has to actually go through Parliament. And so it looks like at this stage we will have an election in December, and it may even be online, but there will be strategies in place to have this election. But that's just what I've been told from a very good source. But in saying that, look, I can see where Councillor Andrews is coming from, but I communicate with my residents on a regular basis, and I made it very clear to them. It's given me an opportunity to talk to them and tell them the date is the 4th of December. This is also a great opportunity to communicate with your residents and to say to them, besides all their other concerns and addressing them, to say yes. And the election, by the way, the election now is the 4th of December. So anyway, that's the way I'm seeing things.
Okay, councillors, and Councillor Matson, I assume your hand's up just from last time. So
yeah,
yep.
I just don't think it's set in stone. I'm sorry, Noel. I just don't think it is.
So councillors,
you're most probably right,
no further
Councillor.
debate. I'll
just
put it.
That I've got this from a very good, very good source.
Councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No.
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 All right, I did it twice. Sorry.
Yeah. I think the noes have it, but I will go to a division just in case.
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Hamilton.
What happened to close the debate?
Oh, Councillor Andrews, you want to close the debate?
Oh, I thought Councillor Stavrinos was going to speak as well.
Point of order. Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
He reserved his right.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Andrews, do you want to finish? Do you want to close the debate?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I will close the debate because I can tell you it's not $1 a stamp for a bulk distribution of letters. It's less than $1. It's probably around the 70 to 75 cent mark. So $1 a letter is not what council would pay. It's done in bulk, and council does get a discount. But Mr. Mayor, the importance is to communicate with our residents. If you send out one form of communication, which is in a letter, then you need to send that communication in the same form, which is a letter again. I don't agree that just putting it on social media covers our whole community. I receive at least 10 to 15 calls a day from residents who want to confirm which pre-poll booth is available today to go and vote, or where is the pre-poll booth to go and vote this week. Where can I vote on the 4th of September? And, you know, as Councillor De Souza said, yes, it's an opportunity to communicate with our residents, which is all well and good. But the Mayor has a duty to write to its constituents to advise them of such an important matter. You saw it as importance in writing it, in putting it in the rate notice which went out, which was signed by you. It is also of a great importance for the Mayor to write to its residents to advise them that it's now been deferred. As we speak, the elections will be held on the 4th of December. Parliament is sitting in September. Who knows? Maybe Parliament might move an amendment to the legislation to allow the minister to defer December.
Very possible. Very possible.
At this point in time, we have an election in December, and I think that our residents should be notified of it. If it's not by post, it might be hand delivered, Mr. Mayor, through our distributors. It does have to go for Australia Post.
Cheaper.
It can go through, one of our companies that distributes just letterboxes. Just a quick message out there advising it's been deferred.
Okay, so councillors, I just seen that. So in the motion, doesn't actually mention mail, does it?
No, it doesn't mention mail at all, Mr.
Doesn't
Mayor.
mention mail.
Right.
So it's just mentioned that we can do it either way. We can do it with, as Councillor Andrew said, hand delivered. So Councillor Hamilton.
Sorry, how does that get out before September 4?
Exactly.
Today's
doesn't need to. It doesn't
We
need
can
to.
print a letter and go walking.
It can happen.
A walker can't get it out back.
If I can do it,
Or
in
they
48
can.
Councillor Park, if I can do it in 48 hours, I'm sure council can.
That you are constrained
Councillors,
by
I'm just putting it to the
Yeah,
vote.
go straight to the division. Come on, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Yep, go ahead. So
one question, Mr. Mayor. Are we taking out the reference to 4th of December and leaving it open just in case there is a change?
I can understand where you're coming from, Councillor Matson, but I'll leave it up to Councillor Andrews. It's his motion.
No,
So.
it's the 4th of December needs to be in there.
Okay. So Councillor Hamilton, voting for the motion or against?
I'm voting for the motion and agree with the 4th of December. It's on the New South Wales Electoral Commission site.
Councillor Shuri,
Against.
Councillor Nielsen,
Against.
Councillor Veach,
Against.
Councillor Stravinos,
For.
Councillor Luxford,
For.
Councillor Parker,
Against.
Councillor Sang,
Waste of money, against.
Councillor Andrews, for.
For.
Councillor Bowen, Councillor Bowen,
For.
Councillor Matson,
Against.
Councillor Roberts,
Against.
Councillor D'Souza,
For.
and the Mayor is for, and I've lost track, so I need to see the results. Oh, so it's 7-all. So I've had the deciding vote, so I declare that carried. So now we move back onto the business paper. And rather than just go straight into inseriatum, I just want to make sure everyone got the late General Manager's report that came out today. Did everyone get that via email? So at least you know what we're talking about. So I'll just talk on that before we go into inseriatum. So in case for those who haven't read it, it's regarding our Moverley Children's Centre that virtually that children that are enrolled at Moverley Children's Centre, if they choose to keep their children at home, they won't pay the fees. And as most of you know, that when you send your children to preschools and that they charge you whether you're there or not. If you go on holidays, they still charge you. So we are waiving the fees for anyone who keeps their
Happy to
children
move it,
at home.
Mr. Mayor.
So I'll go now.
I'll second it, and I'll second it, Mr. Mayor. I'll second it.
So moved by Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Stravinos.
I
All
would
those
like,
in favour say
I would
aye.
also, Mr. Mayor, I would just like to thank the General Manager for doing this so quickly. I put it to her yesterday as a possibility, and her and the staff worked really fast to get this paper onto the business paper. So I thank you,
for
staff.
that, Councillor Shuri.
Thanks, Councillor.
So all those in favour say aye.
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 I declare that carried. So now we'll go straight back into seriatim. GM8/21. That's unchallenged. CP55/21.
Challenge.
CP56/21. Unchallenged. CP57/21.
Challenge.
Challenge, yeah,
Is
Councillor
that
Beach.
Councillor Roberts?
Yes.
CP58/21.
Challenge, Councillor Beach.
CP59/21.
Challenge.
Is that Andrew, Councillor Andrews?
Oh, sorry, no, not that one.
I'll challenge it.
Councillor Beach. CS39/21. Unchallenged. CS40/21.
Challenge.
Challenge.
Councillor
Challenge
Beach.
by Councillor Parker. Councillor Parker.
Councillor Parker's fine, I don't mind.
CO36/21.
I think yes, I challenge it.
Because we have to give the names, I think.
Exactly,
That's
yeah.
it, yeah. CO37/21. Unchallenged. CO38/21.
Mr. Mayor, 37/21, I'll challenge.
Okay, Councillor Andrews. CO38/21. Unchallenged. CO39/21. Unchallenged. And CO40/21.
Oh, sorry, could I challenge CEO 39?
Yep.
Thank you. Just to ask a question.
Sure. And then there's CO40/21.
Move the unchallenged items, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Andrews.
Councillor Andrews, a second.
Second it, Mr. Mayor. I'll second it. Councillor Stavrinos. Yep.
So the first one we had challenged.
Mr. Mayor, you need to put that, I think.
Oh, sorry. I'll put that to all councillors. All those in favour say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against? I declare that carried.
Mr. Mayor,
No.
Mr. Mayor, I was late to the meeting tonight because of communication issues. I do have a declaration of interest in regards to CS40/21, the Coast Golf Club. I am aware of a number of directors of the president and directors of the Coast Golf Club. However, I will be voting on the motion. It's a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest, and I will be voting on the matter.
Thank you.
I have an interest as well.
Do you want to declare?
Yeah.
Yep.
So, Councillor Roberts, in the same matter, CS40/21. I'm just a playing member of that club, and not part of the board or any executive position. So it's non-significant, non-pecuniary, and I'll be voting.
Any late declaration?
Just further to that, I am aware of several of the directors of the Coast Golf Club, as well as I am aware of a political party affiliation of one director.
Any further declarations?
We never made that before, Dylan.
So now we go into CP55/21. Councillor Parker, NOS Foundation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I've just challenged this item because I'd just like to commend council staff for bringing this particular report to council and engaging in ongoing discussions with the NOS Foundation.
I'll second it.
On request. They are an extremely impressive foundation, and the work that they do, in particular in the Street University program, is very significant and very important. And Randwick City is really crying out for an important operator such as this, especially after the departure of youth off the streets. So I think it's very timely that NOF's moved into our area, in particular in the southern half of our city, considering the considerable disadvantage which is present across our community. So look, I commend the report, and I thank the staff for actually bringing it to council in light of the request and the approach from the NOS Foundation.
Thank you. And Councillor Veitch, a seconder.
Yes, I'd also like to commend the staff. It sounds like a really terrific proposal and much needed, particularly at the moment. And when we hopefully soon move out of lockdown, those services will be really needed. So yes, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on that motion? Okay, so I'll put it. All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against?
Aye.
I declare that carried. CP 57/21, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I will be moving this as per the business paper. I commend the council staff for their foresight and due diligence on the situation, and the solution to the Randwick Racecourse, I think, is a perfect solution to
I'll second.
Thank
you.
To solve the problem.
I'll be moving an amendment.
So I'm happy to move it in its current form. If the councillor wants to move an amendment, she can at any time. So I will. I just like to note that as of today or yesterday, 60% of New South Wales residents aged 16 plus had received at least their first dose. And we're in the middle of August. So within the next 3 months, it will be the middle of November. And so that would be you could easily say 60 to 70% to 80% will be fully vaccinated by the start of December. And that will be a signal to start opening up again. So I think it would be a mistake, a grave mistake, especially considering the mental health challenges a lot of our residents are facing right now, to make a decision tonight to wipe off all ideas of celebrating. So I think, frankly, if I'm not going to move this, but we could do the sparkles. We could definitely plan for the sparkles as well, on the assumption that restrictions would have lifted enough by New Year's Eve to make that matter go ahead. But I'm not going to move that we do sparkles tonight unless I get indication from other councillors. But I think it's pretty clear that experiences overseas are demonstrating that vaccination is working. Instances of the virus are still quite high, but serious illness are low, very low. We saw the amazing crowds in Wimbledon just a month ago in the UK. So it would be a recalcitrant move to just put our head in the sand and cancel everything when everyone's doing it tough right now. So I commend this solution. It is a COVID-safe solution. We could do more, but I will not be moving an amendment to include the sparkles tonight. This is the least that we can do. It's the least that we can do, and I commend it to you. Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, I have an amendment from Councillor Nielsen and also one from Councillor Veitch. So I'll bring up Councillor Nielsen's first. I'll just get you, Councillor Nielsen, if you can just explain what's changed. Councillor Nielsen, okay. Councillor Nielsen. Oh, councillors, I'll leave it up to you to read it. Do I have a seconder? Has someone read through them?
Sorry. I think it's lapsed. It's lapsed, Mr. Mayor. It's lapsed.
No, there she is.
sorry, I've got my system back and running. Sorry, everybody. Big apology. Yes, what I'm proposing is that we replace the point B with Coogee Carols at Goldstein Reserve and don't go to Randwick Racecourse. I oppose us taking it to the racecourse. I understand why it's a good, it has some merit going to the racecourse, but I don't think it's appropriate for council to be using the racecourse for events like this. And so my recommendation is with the amendment that in fact Coogee Carols at Goldstein Reserve instead investigate the feasibility of holding smaller carols, pop-up stages at various locations across the city. So that way we are still providing carols at, as the amendment says, at various locations. So hopefully we're still able to provide the fun and entertainment and Christmassy spirit that we have and do it that way. I think it would be an easier way of us providing this. When I say us, it's the event team that does all the hard work and they're incredibly good at it. But I would prefer that we do it this way. I'm totally opposed to us holding it at the Randwick Racecourse.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Luxford.
Mm-hmm.
And would you like to speak on it, Councillor Luxford?
No, I reserve my right.
Do you have any other councillors who would like to speak on it? So, councillors, we'll vote on the amendment.
Yes, I'll speak. I'll speak.
Yep, and then
I'll speak if no one else will.
Yep, go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's some major issues with this amendment. Coordinating multiple locations will be a nightmare for council staff, and it will cause the lack of a centralised place for everyone to gather and share the joy of a challenging year. So I think having multiple locations will be a logistical nightmare for council staff to organise. It's much easier to have a COVID safe location that you can just focus on that one location and make it COVID safe. And that's what this proposal in the business paper seeks to do. That's a major problem there. And the other problem is that, quote unquote, the council says, I don't think it's an appropriate use of the racecourse, unquote. Like, it's as if the problems with the racecourse are so clear that it's axiomatic that the council doesn't even need to explain it. So that's just an ideological opposition to the use of a facility that would be perfect for this use post-COVID. So they're the two reasons I'll be opposing it.
People will tell you.
So, councillors, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour say aye.
Can we go straight to a division? Can we go straight to a division, Mayor?
Aye.
Please.
Aye.
I was going to say opposing. If there's only two opposing.
I don't support the amendment.
Okay, because I was going to come back to your amendment. But okay, Councillor Hamilton.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Shuri.
For.
Councillor Nielsen.
For.
Councillor Beach.
Against.
Councillor Stravinos.
Against.
Councillor Luxford.
For.
Councillor Parker.
For.
Councillor Singh.
For.
Councillor Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Matson.
For.
Councillor Roberts.
Against.
Councillor D'Souza.
Against.
And the mayor is for. So I'll just wait. So I declare that carried.
And then you have Councillor Beach's amendment.
Yeah, Councillor Beach has an amendment as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
But now that becomes the motion, and Councillor Beach, you've got the amendment. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Councillors, I still have very great concerns. I don't, I'm, as excited as everyone else to get out of lockdown and to help our community get out of lockdown and celebrate. And I was thrilled to see today, that we'd reached 6 million vaccines, which is absolutely wonderful. But I just don't know that by December we're going to have our younger cohort vaccinated. I'd say at the best, I hope I'm wrong, but we still don't have a date when we're likely to get the 12-year-olds and under vaccinated. And it's the families with those young children who are the ones who are going to be attending these events. So whether it's at the racecourse or in Coogee or in other parts of our LGA, it's the families who'll be going to the carols. And we just don't know at this stage because there's no indication of when we're going to have a high vaccination rate with the younger children. And if you look at anywhere around the world and even locally, but particularly in other countries where there's even higher outbreaks, young children are getting COVID and they're dying from it. I just don't think it's wise to be proceeding with this now. 100% next year, hopefully, we can go back to having some events and I'm sure they'll be embraced. I think at the moment, we have a lot of people in our community who are really doing it very, very tough. There are people who are on carers benefits, normally on some kind of welfare payment, but who might supplement their income with some part-time work, who are not able to do that part-time work. There are people who've lost incomes, families who might be down to, just previously had dual incomes or one family member where they're now on welfare payments. We don't have the sort of JobKeeper that we had last year. And there are people who are really experiencing great hardship, and I think they're the people we really need to be supporting. We already have a budget to have Christmas decorations. I think that's separate from the event. So our LGA always looks wonderful at Christmas. Our team does an amazing job. So all I'm calling for in this amendment is basically a report to come back next month. We have had community organisations calling for further support because they are absolutely inundated, including local domestic violence services, and I'm sure others, and including the services that our own community development team supports down at Lexo and other places. We've got $520,000 in this budget for events, and I think it's reasonable to say that let's set some of this money aside to support local services, to support our services run through council, to help people get through this period. And next year, when we're out of COVID, hopefully, we can move forward. But I don't think it's safe to be holding carols while young children are unlikely to have received their vaccines.
Second the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Matson. Councillor Matson has seconded. Do you want to speak on it?
Yeah, look, I do hope that this isn't too negative a view, but it is possible that even with the vaccinations, that the Delta variant may still cause us problems. It's only been got under control in China with incredible draconian responses. I read today that Israel, even with its high level of vaccinations, was still struggling. Many areas of the United States, there's still problems. I just think we're not out of the woods yet, guys. Not out of the woods yet.
Councillor Stervinos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I understand where Councillor Veach is coming from, and I know that she has good intentions with it. But look, at the end of the day, just because we aren't going ahead with all our Christmas festivities, it doesn't mean that we need to spend that money that has been allocated or put aside for it, the $520,000. Now, I consulted with our general manager earlier in the evening, and she advised me that council is currently losing $750,000 a month through this pandemic, through our lockdown. Now that will probably equate to over $2.5 million, maybe even $3 million by the time we recover from this lockdown. Now, the concern that I have is that as a council and as custodians of public money, we need to be very responsible about how we spend our money at this time. Now, I'm happy to support the business paper that was in front of us, and to some degree, I'm happy to support what Councillor Nielsen and Councillor Luxford put forward in having pop-up carols, because look, that's not going to cost the council as much. But if we now decide to give $520,000 to local community groups, which have federal and state government grants available to them, I feel that it'll be a very big burden on our council. Hold on, no, please. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me while I'm talking. I don't interrupt you, so you respect the fact that I'm talking now. Thank you. Now, no. At the end of the day, this council does enough and quite a lot for local community groups, in particular domestic violence, where we've allocated a number of rooms, and we've allocated close to $500,000 over 3 years towards this issue. And we do give a number of grants out to local community groups. To further throw another up to $520,000 towards it, when this council's bleeding money at $750,000 per month, is fiscally irresponsible, especially when there are any number of government grants from at a state and federal level available to these community groups. I don't believe it's right for you to be pushing this agenda at this time, particularly when we know that there are so many services available out there and the governments are throwing money at these organisations. It shouldn't be council's responsibility to do that. And I think if we were to go ahead with your amendment, councillor, it would be fiscally irresponsible. We are the custodians of public money, and we need to remember that.
Any further speakers? There's one hand up somewhere.
I'd like to close the debate when the speakers have finished.
Yes.
It's an amendment. It's an amendment, so she can't close the debate. Thank you.
But there is Councillor Parker. I could see a hand, but I couldn't find it. Councillor Parker.
No, that's all right. Look, while I support the good intentions of Councillor Veach, I do not support this particular proposed amendment for two reasons. One of them is that I don't think that we should be raiding our events budget in order to meet a different purpose, especially one where there are allocated funds already for this particular purpose. And part of it is because I think it ties our hands potentially for the second half of the financial year, where I would hope that council roars back with a busy event schedule, and so it would reduce our ability to actually do that. The second thing which I would also touch on is I would have hoped that a more appropriate way to do this is for a separate standalone notice of motion calling for a report on the adequacy of the community sector funding which is available under the conditions of the pandemic, and any recommended measures in order to support that. There are multiple ways where we could have funded it. I note that there's a Community Connect and the Community Creative. They're two examples where there were funding allocations which could have been topped up from other mechanisms, such as from our reserves and the like. So, look, it is my view not to be raiding this particular budget. I do not think that this amendment is the appropriate way to do it, especially considering we haven't really considered either at a briefing with staff input or really with a more thorough information in front of us in order to make this decision. So, look, as such, I don't support this amendment. I think there are other ways to do it. While I think the intentions are good, this would not be the appropriate way to go about it.
Okay, so councillors, I'll put
Mr. Mayor, could I just make one very brief clarification?
No, it's an amendment.
Please.
It's an amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Councillors have just seen it as an amendment.
Just let it, please, and then we'll get through it.
It'll take half a second. I understand that I circulated it just before. People probably didn't have time to read it, but just to clarify, it's to receive a report on whole or part of the funds. So it's not saying this has to happen. It's to get some information and perhaps get a briefing, and perhaps part of the money can go towards some of these other projects. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
That would preclude other sources.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to add just a couple of extra words to Part C of the of what Councillor Nielsen and Councillor Luxford moved.
So what I'll do, Councillor Serenos, because that's a motion at the moment, so we'll vote on the amendment from Councillor Vick, and then we'll go to that. Okay. So, councillors, we're voting on the amendment by Councillor Veach. All those in favour say aye.
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 Those against?
No.
No. Okay, clear that lost. So, Councillor Stavrinos, you want to add something? Ask Councillor Nielsen if she'd add something too.
I just want to ask if Councillor Nielsen would consider any events that occur in Kingsford to be in consultation with the Kingsford Chamber of Commerce. That's all I want to. That's all I want to have there.
Councillor Stavrinos, I don't have any objection with that at all. I just wouldn't want to restrict our events team. So I think I don't have any problems with it, but perhaps if I were able to ask.
Sure. Okay. Yep. I'm happy for you to put that through the relevant officer and see if we can accommodate it. If it's okay. Look, otherwise I'm happy to withdraw it without. I don't want to cause any issue.
Yeah.
Councillor, Mr. Kyriakou. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, council officers would ordinarily consult with the chambers of commerce for any activations or decorations that would be put into various town centres. So.
Okay. All right.
It is a given. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So the amendment's lost, so the motion stays as the motion. So we move on to the next one, which was the draft housing CP 58/21, draft housing SEPP. Councillor B.
So did we vote on the actual motion?
We didn't vote on the motion.
I thought we did, and it passed. There it is there. 8-6.
No, that was the amendment.
No, Mr. Mayor, you need to vote on the motion.
Then the amendment becomes the motion and we have to vote.
Okay, councillors, can we vote on the motion?
Can I just quickly see what we're voting on?
Exactly.
I move an amendment. We have pop-up fireworks.
Under your table, Councillor Roberts.
I was going to say somewhere else.
So, councillors, to make this easier, is anyone changing their vote? Otherwise, it'll stay the same.
Yeah.
Can't hear you, Noel. What was that?
No, I'm not.
He's a munitions expert.
Mr. Mayor, I will be obviously supporting this. Any event's better than none. So, of course, I will be supporting it. Yes.
Okay. So
and I voted against
and
last
make a
time,
note.
as you know.
I'll do a whole new
Mr.
vote.
Mayor.
You're right, Councillor Roberts. Yeah. I'll do a new vote. So all those in favour say aye.
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 Against?
Aye.
No.
One against.
Yes.
So declare that carried.
I'd like my name recorded against, please.
Okay. Mr. Kelly.
Oh,
God. So now we go on to CP 58/21 draft housing SEPP. Councillor Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I had some amendments. It wasn't to change anything in the submission. It was just to add some extra points. So the two last points of the recommendation are simply the same as what was on the business papers. I've just added some additional points, basically noting the call at the moment, the desperate need for public housing. There is a huge backlog. I think this should be sort of a bit strengthened in our submission. Just acknowledging the huge backlog and need for public housing at the moment. And, you know, as we all know, the cost of either, you know, to either buy or rent a home in Sydney is appalling. And we often see those reports about housing and rental affordability in Sydney. And so just to add these points, calling for more public housing and acknowledging the need. Thank you.
Second by Councillor Matson. Do you want to speak on that, Councillor Matson?
No, I'll just follow the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? Councillor Parker, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll just see if there's further debate, but what I would like to do is talk to it while I find the relevant page. But my one concern with this particular submission is that we agree with provisions which allow for the development of housing without adequate parking. I have a long-standing concern of the position of council planning staff, that we think it is a reasonable position to be constructing housing with the provision of no parking. I think that is both misguided on two counts. The first is to suggest that residents will not be bringing cars with them, and that this will act as a sufficient deterrent for people to drive. In practice, that is not the case. What it does is that they steal the on-street parking of the surrounding residents, and there is just further pressure around that. So look, I don't support that particular provision. I'm not suggesting an amendment now. I will find the exact
Councillor
provision
Parker,
to strike out, but I have my
you want to
concern
just
in
add
regards
it
to
to
that.
this?
Councillor Parker, if you want to put up an amendment outlining those concerns, I would second it. No problem at all, because my concern again with what we have in front of us is exactly what you raised now. The fact that there is no provision for parking, and we already have a parking and traffic issue in Westward, and I would gladly second and argue any amendment that you put up which stipulates that there should be a parking provision in this submission that we're going to put before the state government.
So,
Councillor
Parker, do you want that separately, or would you just like to ask Councillor Veach if she wants to make it point F? And
I'd be happy to look at that for sure.
Yep. So I think the amendment should read that council officers remove sections of the submission supporting zero parking requirements.
Bravo, bravo.
May I add, if we're going to be getting into that fine detail, I wouldn't mind adding one extra point, which was that council officers remove sections of the submission supporting reductions in open space for seniors housing. As someone who has some elder relatives, we can't see in housing at the moment. We can't go and see them. We can't go and go out for a walk together. So can you imagine being in lockdown or just in a situation where you don't have friends or relatives to come and take you out, and you are stuck indoors with no open space at all? So I think we need to keep those provisions.
That's a good motion, thank you. Any further?
It's not housing, it's supporting reductions in open space in housing for senior citizens.
I have a question, Mayor, sorry. Councillor Nielsen, yeah. It's just in terms of, are we going, is this replacing the submission that the council officers have prepared, Councillor Veach, or is these clauses are in addition to what the council officers have prepared?
Thank you, Councillor Nielsen. Yeah, look, there were many good things in the submission. There were certain points that seemed difficult to make them all, but it's largely putting through the submission as is with the additions that I proposed, as well as the one put forward by Councillor Parker.
Well, you're reversing.
If anyone else has other notes they'd like to put on, please put them forward.
So I'm just wondering whether we just need to have it worded slightly differently, just the intro, that council officers, sorry, I'm thinking on my feet, Councillor Veach, I apologise.
Can I make a suggestion that this matter's deferred?
No, I don't think so. I think that...
I don't think it needs to be.
No, I don't think it does either. I think it just is that the council officers incorporate the following points in the submission to the Department of Planning. Would that be?
Yes, I'd be happy to accept that.
Yeah. Just to be clear, the clear intention of my suggestion was to remove the sections supporting the zero parking requirements. I do not intend for the interpretation of that to say, here is the council report, here is a subsequent and additional resolution of council. They're different. The clear intention is to remove the submission. I do not support the position of council saying that we support zero parking requirements. To provide them as a supporting resolution in that would essentially to say, well, here's a professional recommendation and here is the position of council. They're different things. The clear intention of this is to remove those sections.
If Mr. Murphy don't mind if I respond, Councillor Parker, if we were to put your those two last points, removing the parking, the notes regarding the parking and regarding the space for senior citizens up at the beginning, would that
either's fine? No, as it's drafted, fine. It was just to provide a clarification for Councillor Nielsen. That's all. I think it, as is written, is fine.
I think in any case, what is point D and E at the moment probably needs to go down the bottom. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah, it does. So D and E become F and G.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think that someone's here.
That's me, Mr. Mayor.
Kerry? Yeah, I was about to say. I'm trying to work out who that was. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. If I could just assist the council in relation to the car parking reduction. There is also a recommended reduction in the rate for co-living from 0.5 to 0.2, as well as the recommended reduction to for student accommodation to not require any car parking. So if you want to revert back to what has been exhibited in the state policy for both boarding houses and for co-living, then you would be applying the 0.5 car spaces if that's council's intention. And in terms of the landscaped area, that relates to seniors housing, and the concern was that the difficulty of them meeting those sort of landscaping provisions in business zones. So if that's the reference, then we can, council officers can change that in accordance with council's resolution.
Thank you.
Yep, I'm fine with that.
Cool. So it all looks good now. So councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against? I declare that carried. Councillor Veach, CP 59/21, Informing Strategy, Arts and Culture Strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I just wanted to move this as per the business papers to commend all the staff involved in putting this together.
Seconded, Councillor Matson.
There's been a lot of input through the Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee on this, but the staff involved, Katie Anderson, Avril Jeans and others have taken, Kerry Kiriakou have all taken a lot of time in putting this together. I think there is, I know there were some concerns and discussion around the sort of balance, particularly at Blenheim House, around the balance between local artists and performers and ones from outside our LGA. I think it strikes the right balance. The reports have shown that there's an absolute lack of any local studio space in our LGA. So that gives opportunity for local artists to work in our LGA, which I think can only be of benefit. But there's a 50-50 split on the exhibition space. So we want to give opportunities to our local artists and performers, but also benefit from seeing the work from outside. And of course, any of this, those types of things can easily be reviewed. We can track how it goes and make adjustments as we go along. So I commend the report and thank the staff. Thank you.
Councillor Matson.
Councillor Andrews here. I think
I
seconded. I don't know why Matson's name's up there.
No, I did actually second it.
I clearly seconded before you, Councillor Matson.
Councillor Matson, are you happy to?
I heard Councillor Matson as a seconder.
That's a fib. That's an absolute lie, Councillor Nielsen. You should be ashamed
of
this.
Councillors.
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Matson, I'd
I
just
actually
ask if
moved
you're
it.
if you're happy with that. And that's
I
all.
asked the tape recording go back, and if I'm wrong, Councillor Nielsen, apologise.
Mr Mayor, I
Councillor
withdraw
Matson, are you
my
happy
second.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. I
It's a-
think
it's a
Councillor
fib.
Andrews
It's
was
very
totally
clear
out
what
of
If I
order
could just
there.
allow Councillor Matson to answer my question, and then we can go forward. Councillor
Be
Matson,
honest,
are you
Councillor
happy
Matson.
to?
Mr Mayor, out of
Be
pity.
honest with yourself.
Oh, for God's sakes. Mr Mayor, look, this is so unseemly. Yes, I will withdraw my second. Can I remind councillors that we are online? We don't have to squabble like this.
And that's why I asked you in the first place. It would have been quite simple. Thank you, Councillor Matson. Councillor Andrews is seconded. Do you wish to speak on it?
No, I thought Councillor Veach spoke very well in that matter.
Thank you. So, any further discussion?
And councillors, I think it's just worth bearing in mind, we all accidentally put ourselves on mute. And I think certainly my computer doesn't always unmute immediately. I didn't hear Councillor Andrews. I'm very happy he's seconding it, but I didn't hear him. I think it might have just been a case of being on mute. So thank you. Thanks all.
So I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Declare that carried. CS 40/21, the Coast Golf Club, Councillor Parker.
I'm happy to second this as well.
Yeah, Councillor Andrews, second.
Look, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I'm just challenge is just to commend this particular report to the council. I appreciate its inclusion on the notice paper. Look, there are serious amenity concerns as it relates to Little Bay Beach, in particular in the summer months. There are 2 toilets there and a single shower. I look at that and I go, that's wholly inadequate for a beach, which is absolutely bustling all throughout the year, but particularly in summer. From this proposal, the Coast Golf Club have looked to provide council with an opportunity to ameliorate some of these issues. I think it's only reasonable that we delegate to the General Manager the authority to enter into discussions as to what can possibly be done in this area, in particular considering the coast is under no obligation to assist us with this matter, but they also recognise the access pressures at this particular beach.
Thank you. Councillor Andrews, a second.
All good, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone? Councillor Veach.
Thank you. I just had a question, which is, would that go to some kind of community consultation, or, would the design, be brought back to council, in some kind of public way? Obviously there'll be a DA, I imagine, but often people aren't aware that the DAs are on exhibition, and so they're not able to make a comment. I think there would be a lot of interest in the design of this, and I just hope it's something that we'll get to see in a briefing and hopefully some kind of public report or exhibition through to the relevant officer.
Yep, I suppose that's the General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor. The building that is proposed to be explored would be a building built on the Coast Golf Club site. So it would be effectively their building. We would come to council after we've explored all options with a report as to firstly whether it's feasible and as to whether we go forward with a facility. Should we go forward with a facility, then we would consult with council. It would be in conjunction with the Coast Golf Club decision as to how far it consulted with the broader community, but there would be a DA.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? So councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
I declare that carried. So we move on to CO 36/21, the LG NSW Annual Conference voting delegates. Councillor Matson.
Yeah. Somebody needs to second something. Anybody.
I'll second it.
Councillor Veach.
Okay, essentially all I'm suggesting is that the groups.
Sorry, I don't think you should have a Green seconding it. I think it's. I'm happy to second it. It's sort of.
Well, it's not Councillor Beech's fault. She was only trying to help me out. Because
I know.
I did put my hand up, but you didn't pick me.
I'm happy to withdraw my second if someone
your
else.
hand's not up, Councillor.
Don't mind.
No, but I screamed out.
Okay, essentially, I guess we can move forward. Just the usual suggestion that each of the 4 blocks put their delegates and possibly alternate delegates to the General Manager no later than 5 p.m. on the 4th of October. I understand from the General Manager's briefing note that we have to have our nominations in by the 5 p.m. the next day, the 5th of October. So 24 hours ahead.
That's good. Any objection to that? Any discussion? So I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
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 Against? Declare that carry. So then we move on to CO 37/21, council meeting schedule. Councillor Andrews.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to move that the following, that the extraordinary meeting be held on Thursday, the 30th of September 2021 at 7 p.m.
Have a seconder.
I'll second it.
Councillor Stravinos.
Mr. Mayor, in keeping in tradition of this council, the mayoral election has always been held on a separate night to the council meeting. Mr. Mayor, it is an important event. It is one where if the mayor is elected on the 21st of September, the new mayor, if there is a new mayor, will have to go straight into a council meeting. I don't think it's fair on any new mayor to be asked to chair a meeting without being briefed firstly how to conduct the meeting. And I think you can speak for yourself, Mr. Mayor. When you became mayor, the amount of training and the amount of training you were given prior to your first meeting as mayor, and I'm sure that Councillor Nielsen and Councillor D'Souza and Shuri were given significant training prior to their first meeting of council. So I think it's only fair that we have a council meeting on the 20th on a separate night to a mayoral election, in order for, if there is a new mayor, to be able to at least have the opportunity to get some training on how to conduct himself or herself at the meeting of council. So I'm moving that the extraordinary meeting for the election of mayor be held on Thursday, the 30th of September at 7 p.m.
I think that Councillor Andrews makes a very good point, and he is absolutely correct. It never occurred to me until you pointed out, Councillor Andrews, that yes, indeed, I did have extensive training on how to conduct a meeting when I first became mayor, and as I know that other mayors have done so. So I think you make a very good point.
Can I just add to that that it's a whole different world when it's online as well. There's another 2 weeks of anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Councillor Clark.
I still haven't mastered the art. We've been doing this for how many months now, and I can't do it anyway. It's terrible.
It's not very easy when you've got 15 councillors and you only see 4 people on the screen. But anyway, Councillor Parker.
Okay. Look, I don't have any objection to the moving of the date. The only comment I would have is, if that is the intention of Councillor Andrews, I actually don't see the purpose of cancelling the 21st of September date whatsoever. I acknowledge that they're held on separate dates. I think that's quite reasonable. I actually don't understand the rationale for this particular report whatsoever. There's no issue in regards to it, but I don't understand what the difference between the 21st or the 30th or the 28th, for that matter, or where the genesis of this report has actually come from. I don't understand its purpose on the paper.
Yeah. Well, I'm quite surprised that it's usually the mayor of the day that usually determines when the mayoral election is going to be. So I'm quite surprised as well. But I just think that having it at the end of the month is the most appropriate thing to do. We have the council meeting in September with the current mayor, and the new mayor will chair the next meeting after that. That's the only rationale behind it. It's always been the last meeting of the month.
Yeah, look, just to add an extra comment to it, I could see the rationale behind why Councillor Andrews would want the extraordinary meeting to be held on the 30th of September rather than having it on the 21st, because if a new mayor was to be elected on the 21st of September and then we were to have a council meeting on the 28th, then that mayor would only be given a very short period of time to be able to adapt to how to run council meetings. So look, I think it makes a lot of sense to have the council meeting on the 28th and to have an extraordinary meeting on the 30th to elect a new mayor, if a new mayor is to be elected.
Okay, so councillors, any further discussion? Councillor Veitch?
Sorry, Councillor Veitch here. I just think those dates are very close. You're talking about an ordinary council meeting on the 28th and an extraordinary council meeting on the 30th, just a couple of days later. Wouldn't it be better to have the ordinary council meeting on Tuesday the 21st?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
And then the extraordinary meeting to elect the mayor on Tuesday the 28th? Oh, sorry, well, should it be the other way around? I don't know. Well, actually, if it's on the 28th, then that gives a month before the next council meeting.
That's correct.
Oh, I suppose it doesn't matter. Sorry, I'm getting confused.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
really.
make any difference. Sorry.
Leave it as it is.
Okay.
Well, it's better.
The general manager, I think, has got a hand up.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, just it does make a difference if you change the ordinary meeting, because staff do work to a time period to get reports done. So to bring forward an ordinary meeting would have an impact.
Councillor Roberts?
Yeah, can I just confirm the current status? Did Councillor Andrews withdraw his motion when he said don't worry about it, or just so?
No, is that nothing's been withdrawn?
Okay, yep. Okay, my convention also has that the mayor is chosen before the ordinary September meeting, and your motion here contravenes that. The existing mayor will chair the ordinary September meeting, and then the mayoral election will be after that. I don't know if that is a legal problem or just a conventional.
That's not correct, Council. We've always had a September council meeting, and then the mayoral election is always held after that.
Okay, well, I'm happy to be corrected, but
there's no legal ramifications whatsoever. This council can decide whenever it wants to hold a mayoral election. All I'm saying is for the convenience of the new mayor, if there's going to be a new mayor, it should be after the September council meeting.
Yeah, I see your logic now. Okay.
I'm just trying to be logical.
Yeah, it's just the flip side to that coin, and this is
no, you're okay with that, aren't you?
Is efficiency.
Oh yeah, look, I don't have an issue. I'm listening to everything.
Okay, Councillor Nielsen, you've got a question?
Why are you laughing, Harry? Yes. You behave.
Thank you.
See
yes,
you.
Thank you very much, Councillor De Souza. My question, Mayor, is that if the proposal is to hold a meeting on the 30th, that's a Thursday night. Normally our meetings are on a Tuesday night, and so I find that I do not find that a good idea. I think that we should stick with these sort of important meetings being Tuesday night. That's our normal regime.
It is.
So that way.
Yes, I suppose not many people do many things on any night during COVID, but anyway.
Well, it depends what your calendar's like. But the other thing is that, and of course, I'm expecting I'm going to be elevated, as you and I can imagine. But my point would be to go back to perhaps the idea of having the meeting on the 21st, and perhaps double check with this is okay with the general manager. Go back to the idea of the meeting on the 21st, and then the election of the mayor on the 28th. Would that be possible?
It's not up to the general manager. It's actually up to us to vote on it tonight.
I know that, but didn't the general
manager? Good to get advice.
But didn't the general manager also put in the point that it's important for staff to be able to prepare their reports and so on and so forth. So that's, I guess, why I thought it was necessary to politely ask.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is very important that the ordinary meeting stays the same date in order for council staff to have time to prepare the reports.
And so that date was proposed to be the 21st of September, wasn't it?
That date has always been the 28th of September.
Yes, but the recommendation in the business paper is that the 21st of September.
No.
So that's just because it was going
28th. 28th.
The 21st was just the mayoral election meeting only, and the proposition was to cancel it and roll it into the 28th.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Councillor Roberts.
And Anthony's suggesting we elect the mayor 2 days later instead.
And councillors, I know even though everyone's likely to be around, it is actually school holidays. So I think term 4 actually finishes on Friday the 17th. And so if we were, as I suggested, which I withdrew my suggestion to have a meeting on the 21st and the 28th, that would mean there'd be council meetings throughout the school holidays. Some people might be taking leave and just hanging out at home and not wanting to do council stuff, perhaps. I don't know, but that's just worth considering. I think school goes back on the 5th.
Just put them out of it.
So I just have a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the relevant officer. Just as this is a staff report, could I just ask for further elaboration as to the rationale behind the change? It's just there's a convention, and I don't understand why we're suggesting we change from the convention.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this was consulted with the current mayor, and convention is generally that you have a mayoral election followed by a celebration with family and friends and a dinner, and therefore you do have it very separate, so you don't have to go through a whole ordinary council meeting. Given that we are operating in this environment, it was thought that we could have the mayoral election in conjunction with the ordinary council meeting.
So any further discussion?
It really is a matter for council. At the moment, the dates that have been advertised are the 28th of September for the ordinary meeting, and it's a matter for council in regards to the extra.
So councillors, I'll put it. So all those in favour of the motion as stands, councillor, which is Councillor Andrews. All those say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against?
Against?
No.
No.
3.
No.
I want to go to one meeting, not two.
Hold on, I'm on mute. No.
You better have a division, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll have a division. Councillor Hamilton.
Against.
Councillor Shuri.
For.
Councillor Nielsen.
Against.
Councillor Veach.
For.
Councillor Stravinos.
For.
Councillor Luxford.
For.
Councillor Parker.
Against.
Councillor Sang.
For.
Councillor Andrews.
For.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Matson.
Against.
Councillor Roberts.
Against.
Councillor De Souza.
For.
And the mayor is for, so
Carried.
I declare that carried. So we move on. So the next one is, oh no, we can move on to the, sorry, Councillor Veach, CO 39/21.
Thank you. Yeah, again, I'd like to thank the staff for this report. I always battle through these very detailed accounting statements. It's a pretty difficult time we're in. I think we need to really kind of be on top of what we're having on our finances, just stating the complete obvious. I only make the comment that I did get a bit of a shock when I was looking at the income statement and seeing that our net operating result had dropped by about 15 $15 million. So I had to then go back over the a number of the previous income statements just to get a sense of if that was like a radical change and what our general net operating result was. And obviously we're down, but I think our this is sort of a general conversation question to the relevant officers. It seems like our 2020 operating result of 23 million or so was actually a bit of an anomaly. We got some extra grants that year or drew down on our borrowings, and so previous years were never as high. I'm just saying it might be helpful to councillors and community who don't necessarily read through the, you know, however many pages, 50 pages or so, to go and see all of the graphs and so on that are at the back, which were also helpful just to get a bit more of a longer span of time, just to sort of show the reason for that change.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, councillors, when you're looking at the income statement, the line that you should be looking at, although it's not as highlighted as the blue line that Councillor Veitch is looking at, is the net operating result for the year before capital grants and contributions, because capital grants and contributions fluctuate every year. So if you look at that line, the difference between 2021 and 2020 is we're moving from a $2.3 million surplus to a $1.2 million surplus. And as compared to the budget of $1.3 million surplus, we were very close to that. So, I would commend the financial result for this year, and I do think it's just important to understand that those capital grants and contributions from year to year can have that net operating result looking a little bit different from previous years. So just focus on that bottom line figure.
Yeah, thank you. I did look at those other ones as well. But yeah, it's just a note. As I said, it could be perhaps a separate page or something. I'm not an accountant, but it's just helpful information for those who aren't. That's all. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder, and we'll just a seconder on the financial?
Yes, Councillor Mayor.
I'll second it.
Cool. So, councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried.
Aye.
There's no petitions, so we move on to the motions, and there's only, I think, one or two left. So the first one is NM 62/21, notice of motion from Councillor Matson, possible legal action recovery, anticipated infrastructure losses after reneging by the New South Wales Government of K2K LEP negotiated agreements. Councillor Matson, do I have a second?
Seconded.
Councillor Shuri and Councillor Matson.
Yes, I consulted with the Director of Planning. He suggested the appropriate wording to put, so those two clauses I've put on the business paper with his guidance. You would be aware, councillors, of the intense negotiations we went through with the state government during the adoption of K2K. There was a bit of back and forward. Eventually, we did get the levying package. That, as far as I'm concerned, that's a deal. That's a deal that we entered in with the state government and those were the grounds that we were willing to accept the need to accommodate residential change. I do think it's very bad faith of the government to now rip the carpet out from under our shoes. I am left with the feeling that we have been dudded, and I would like to make a strong case. I do think that the levies, as we proposed them, were a fundamental component of K2K. If we don't get them, many of the progressive changes and whatever that we've written into that proposal will have to be either dropped or funded some other way. And I think the whole point of encouraging councils
to be on the front foot with urban design has been undermined by the government. It's just a pro-development approach, which I don't see the need for. We argued quite well the justifications for why we needed those levies, and I really think we should make a strong case for them to be returned to us.
Okay, Councillor Shuri. A seconder.
I reserve my right, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone would like to speak for or against? Councillor Bowen.
Thanks. Look, I will support the motion, but, you know, I have to say, I mean, seriously, is anyone surprised that this is what's happened? And I think this is just a very salutary lesson in, in not standing hard and fast with our planning controls. I mean, we got told countless times that we were subjected to some elusive process, some impenetrable process whereby if we didn't come up with an appropriate, if we didn't crack our zoning controls in Kensington and Kingsford, the minister would crack them for us. And so the argument has never made sense. It's never been recognisable as a legitimate planning way of planning, of bringing necessary, inevitable development perhaps to a community. And this is the end result. I mean, this just has to stand as a lesson to the future council of how not to do things. And it's unfortunate for the community of Kensington and Kingsford that this process was unleashed upon them. And I'd just point out, you know, we were also told with the amalgamation that, you know, we had no choice. We had to go along with it, but we fought it. And we fought it hard, we fought it smart, and we won. And our community has got the benefit of that. And this could have been something very different, but I'll support it. But I think it just has to stand as a lesson of how not to do things.
Agreed.
Thank you. Councillor Strivenos, did you take your hand down?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Bowen stole my thunder. He basically covered everything I was going to say about the fact that voluntary agreements, you know, we've seen the reneging of voluntary agreements, and you know, now we're going to try and recoup the money that we're going to lose as a result of changes to the planning controls. I'll leave it at that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, could I just suggest that councillors be provided with a briefing on the potential implications of this bill? No, I just think that would be appropriate considering the circumstances.
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Metzer?
I'm happy to support a briefing, but I don't think we should postpone the intent of this motion.
No, it's not in substitute. It's in.
Oh, okay. So you're suggesting another point C, are you? Councillor Parker? Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm leaving.
No, you're right. No, you're right.
That councillors be briefed on the implications of the bill on existing and future controls. I think that's important because
I'm happy to accept that.
Yeah,
I'm happy to
the
accept
detail of that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Because I'm not. It's not clear that this will have direct implications on existing planning controls, and I just want that clarified.
I did consult the director. Yes, it will have a very definite impact on what we were hoping to levy under K2K. But yes, there could be other impacts as well.
So would you like to wrap up, Councillor Matson, or rather just put it?
Yeah, certainly. Look, I've got no doubt that K2K was the way to go. We did stop what would have been a tsunami of spot rezonings. The developers would have come in with and just picked us dry. Yeah, we won the battle. K2K did it for us, but I don't want to lose any money that we fought for either. So I will never have any personal regrets that this council didn't do the right thing by pushing K to K. It was the only way we could get the government to back off, and I'm proud we did it.
So, councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Reluctant aye.
Oh, good on you.
I declare that carried. NM 64/21. That's a motion from Councillor Veach, monitoring and maintaining tree canopy in Randwick LGA.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, this is just, I guess it's just an acknowledgement of the fact that, you know, we are looking to increase our canopy, as you know, agreed unanimously, I think, in our environment report, our environment strategy. But from time to time, you know, we do see conflicts between private residents and council around issues around trees. Now, I had a look, and a lot of these may result from the fact that it's been a very long time since we've reviewed some of our key policies. Different councils do things in different ways. I have no criticism of our current policies, but from time to time, there's a good reason to have a look around, see what other councils are doing, because some councils are finding ways to sometimes share costs, to try and get things sorted out before they lead to big problems. And you do find, this is just from feedback from residents who live in some neighbouring LGAs, where they've been able to address some of these issues, basically prevent or stop any impacts to private property, and also save the trees. Some of these policies haven't been reviewed for a very long time. I've also included reference to the DCP. Of course, we'll be reviewing the DCP in any case after the LEP comes on board. But it's a timely moment to have a look at that in relation to trees. In terms of collecting the data, we're actually spending quite a lot of money on tree planting, but we're not actually collecting data on what we're losing. And also, you know, when these sort of conflicts come up from time to time, you know, I'm told by council officers, you don't realise we save a lot of trees as well. So I think it's just a great idea to report some of this stuff. You know, let's get a sense of we're collecting data through iTree already, and that's providing some very useful information. But this is just giving a sense of we're spending money on planting trees. What's going, how's that impacting our canopy, and are there ways we can sort of create more harmony in terms of trees and private property? And it's simply calling for a review and gathering a bit of data. Thanks, councillors.
Before I go to you, Councillor Stavrinos, I just need a seconder.
Seconded.
Councillor Matson. You want to speak on that, Councillor Matson?
Me speak about trees? Oh, I don't think so.
Okay. Councillor Stavrinos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, Mr. Mayor, I won't be supporting this motion tonight. I believe that this motion will have very serious implications for this council, creating a number of issues relating to privacy, neighbourhood disputes, public liability, safety, not to mention the fact that it will create extra work for our staff who will have to monitor and update this database to keep up with the hundreds of tree removals that take place every year within our LGA. Firstly, council already has a database relating to significant trees in our LGA, and as a council, we know the extremities that our expert staff go to in the horticultural area to ensure that these significant trees remain in place. It is only when these trees, after years of creating damage to public and private property, and a legal issue arises with public liability, that as a last resort we remove the tree. Our staff do not remove the trees just for the sake of it, and if this database, as the councillor is suggesting, goes ahead, it will not only stir emotions amongst residents in our community, but will lead to neighbourhood disputes. And this is exactly what happened in Milroy Avenue, Kensington, when this council voted on removing a fig tree, which for more than 20 years caused hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of damage to public and private property. To this day, residents in that street do not talk to each other because of that tree removal. So much for love thy neighbour. Secondly, the motion talks about the removal of trees on private property. Now, I have a problem with that, Mr. Mayor, because council would have to be very careful about how it discloses this information without giving away personal addresses and details. This could cause a legal implication for our council, which is unwarranted and uncalled for. I also believe that if a tree is confined to a private property and poses a public liability or an insurance issue, then as the property owner, I should have the right to remove the tree or trees without the interference of neighbours or other residents interfering in that process. Over the years, we have heard about a number of instances whereby trees have fallen on houses and destroyed property and even killed people. And the last thing that this council should be doing is creating a database revolving around the removal of trees on private property to stir up neighbours and others in the community. This motion could also lead to vexatious and litigious neighbours, creating issues for a fellow neighbour who wants a tree removed. We know the sensitivities surrounding insurance claims, especially around public liability and property damage, and these issues should take precedent ahead of neighbours' concerns about the removal of a tree. This database could also cause issues for council, who could become liable if we prevent a tree from being removed, which later falls or creates damage to public or private property. As long as private property owners comply with council's rules and processes relating to the removal of trees, then it shouldn't be the business of the community to know if an owner is removing a tree on their private land. Even though this motion is aimed at doing good, it will stir emotions within the community and will create a bureaucratic nightmare for staff who will be forever trying to resolve the issues and update the database relating to tree removals. On a final note, I'd like to remind the councillor that she supported a cycle path which would see the removal of 27 trees, and this motion goes contrary to a voting pattern in the past. In this council, you should always be consistent in your voting. Do not support this motion tonight.
Mr. Mayor, may I just make a small amendment to my motion, because I can see now that it reads in a way that it wasn't intended to. So on point 3, can you just make that, or Mr. Kelly, establishes a numerical database? It was only ever intended to just note in stuff that was already coming in by numbers. But I can see on a second reading, based on the feedback, that it does appear to be looking to never intend to cause any neighbourhood disputes or publish information about particular trees. It was just reporting on the numbers. So just to clarify that, establishes a numerical database. Absolutely no intention of publishing those types of personal details. I agree that would be completely inappropriate. And as such, I have noted in point 4 to receive a briefing and a report, because I understand they can be contentious. Thank you.
Okay. So, Councillor Shuri.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, question to whoever, probably this is the General Manager. How feasible is it to do a database? And how onerous would it actually be?
Through Mr. Mayor, we would have to take that on notice and bring a report back to council as
good
part
question.
of the briefing or a report.
Okay. So maybe it is covered then by receives a summary of the data collected and or receives a briefing. Maybe we could have a briefing and on how difficult this could possibly be. I think it's a really great motion, but I just often wonder sometimes how how onerous these things can be.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the motion does mention supporting the development of implementation of plans, policies and procedures. Those procedures would consider recording of and databases and the efforts that are required to go into that.
Okay, Councillor Shuri, any further comments?
No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Andrews.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I wish to move an amendment. My amendment is that council adopt a policy that if a tree is within 3 metres of your home, you can remove a tree without council's consent.
I'll second that. Thank you.
What? What, like
I
even
will not
on
accept that
public
amendment.
Mr. Mayor, a number of councils in one of the major issues of councils in New South Wales and to residents is the removal of trees within their own property. And a number of councils in New South Wales have adopted similar policies in order to alleviate, paperwork and bureaucracy, and motions like this by the Greens. I think it's appropriate, Mr. Mayor, that this council take a stance in respect to rights of landowners in our city. Mr. Mayor, our family homes are our most important asset and our most expensive asset which we'll ever own in our lifetime. We should be able to decide whether a tree should be removed within 3 metres of our home. Trees, as we know in the past, which have come to this council, have caused significant damage on private property, which has led to thousands and thousands of dollars of repairs to homes as a result of a tree on a private property which council will not allow to be removed. I, as an owner of a property, should be able to remove any tree within 3 metres of my home, which could cause significant damage or life risk. So I move that this council adopt the policy as stated and to move in line with a number of other councils in New South Wales.
Mr. Mayor.
The only question I do have, Councillor Andrews, is that if the 3 metres is on the property next door, if you own a semi,
it's within your property, Mr. Mayor.
So 3 metres within your house, home, in your own property, because
I can't remove a tree which is in my neighbour's property, which is 2 metres away, like you said, Mr. Mayor, if it's a semi or a close proximity to my boundary. But anything on my property, I should have the right to remove and replace.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Is that a question, Councillor Matson? Because I'll have to go through the other people first.
Just speaking to the amendment.
Okay.
Look, we have had great struggles trying to get the council position on trees accepted by the broader community. If you allow this amendment to go through, councillors, you will in one stroke just gut the nuanced approaches that we have had for many years in adjudicating on these matters. It seems like a simple thing, but it's going to have consequences. If you're going to do this, you should really have a briefing on the impact on our policies. You simply do it like this at a time when all around the world people are saying that the preservations of urban canopies is something important. This is just a backward step. It's a simple axe attack, if you like, on our tree policy. If you do it tonight, really you need to have it to some sort of briefing, because I just think this is opportunistic.
In the interests of just trying to get through the evening and do it in harmony, can I, Councillor Veach, could I add that, because I noticed that point 4 is receives a briefing and a report. Could that note be part of the briefing to council officers to look into that as well?
I can't accept this amendment, so I think we should just vote on it.
So, Councillor Andrews, with the amendment, that means if the amendment becomes the motion, that Councillor Veach's motion is completely withdrawn.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Just want to make that. So, councillors, if you wish to speak on the amendment,
just to be clear.
Yeah. So we're speaking on the amendment now. So if someone wants to speak.
I'm moving a motion, Councillor Parker, to an amendment to Councillor Veach's motion. I'm not adopting her.
No. I know. What I would just like to do is to foreshadow that if your amendment is carried and becomes the motion, I intend to move a further amendment so that this debate cannot just be put.
Correct.
Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Can we have
I'll say a few words. I'll say a few words.
Yeah, as seconder you can actually.
Yeah, look, Mr. Mayor, I've heard of many instances where property owners have waited months, if not years, to get responses from council in relation to the removal of trees that were in close proximity to houses. Many years ago, my grandmother in the city of Sydney had a tree that was within 3 metres of her house. And for years, she requested council to remove that tree. In 1999, when there were some massive storms that hit the eastern suburbs, this tree decided to fall on my grandmother's house. It caused over $130,000 worth of damage at that time. And my grandmother was very lucky that she wasn't in the rooms confined to where that tree fell on her house. Now, that's just one of many examples where, private property owners have had their houses destroyed and people have actually died as a result of having trees in close proximity to their dwellings. Now, Mr. Mayor, I think this is something that we need to seriously consider. I know the Inner West Council and a number of other councils have a policy whereby if a tree is within a 3 metre radius of a house, that it can be removed without council permission. And I think this is something we really need to consider because moving forward, if council is found to be liable or responsible for not responding to the request of a property owner to have a tree removed, then we have a duty of care and a public liability issue on our hands. This is something we need to consider because I can tell you now, if there's proof, written proof, that these owners have written to council requesting that a tree be removed because it poses a public liability or a danger or a threat, their insurance companies are not going to honour it and they're going to come after this council. So this is something we need to consider. And I can tell you now, I know what insurance companies are like when it comes to their fine print, and they'll find any way they can to get back at us and to get back at owners. So look, this is something we need to consider, and I think it's something that the other councillors should really think about. And I'd urge you to support it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I put a question through to the relevant council officer?
Yep, sure.
Have there been any deaths or severe property damage in our LGA as a result of delays in requests to remove trees?
Yeah, because of you.
That actually, I think, Mr. Clark, but I wonder if Mr. Kerr, GM might answer.
Yeah, I mean, through you, Mr. Mayor, we may have to take that one on notice. We do have damage to property from time to time, but as to the specifics, we would have to take it on notice.
Okay, thank you. So, councillors, does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? No, so I'll put it.
Can we have a division, Mr. Mayor?
Go straight to division.
And I have to tell you, Councillor, I think Roberts has left at 11:15. Councillor Hamilton, are you still there?
Of course, I'm still here. And so this is on the amendment. 3 metres. Yes, I vote for that amendment.
Councillor Shuri?
No.
Councillor Nielsen?
No.
Councillor, or the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Beach?
No.
Councillor Stravinos?
For.
Councillor Luxford?
For.
Councillor Parker?
Against.
Councillor Singh?
For.
Councillor Andrews?
For.
Councillor Bowen?
Against.
Councillor Matson?
Against.
Councillor Roberts has left. Councillor Rocha. Councillor De Souza? Councillor De Souza? Does anyone know if he's still here? Councillor De Souza?
I'll try and contact him, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
He's not.
Yeah.
He's not currently in the meeting.
He's no longer there. And the mayor is for. So can I just see the numbers? It's 6-all.
Casting vote, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, casting vote without Councillor D'Souza.
Yeah, can I just, as was foreshadowed, I was going to move an amendment to the motion, which is now on.
Yeah, you did foreshadow that, so yeah.
In front of it, yes, because I did envisage that this would occur. I would like to move an amendment, and then it reads to substitute.
There goes your mayoralty, Mr. Mayor.
That council adopt a policy that if a tree is within 3 meters of your home and on your own property, you can remove the tree without its consent. Okay, and to substitute it with the words that council review its tree management policy with a view to balancing the competing interests of owners and increasing our tree canopy. The reason I've moved that amendment is I think it's a far more reasonable approach than adopting a policy without seeing any of the detail or the implications to the urban canopy. Look, I actually do share some of the misgivings as to the operation of our current policies in regards to the. Sorry, can you still hear me? Can you all still hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, sorry, one of my headphones has just come out. So I do share some of the significant misgivings in regards to our current policies. I know it can be extremely difficult under some circumstances to remove trees, which, you know, to everyone, it would seem very reasonable in order to do. But, you know, just carte blanche adopting a policy that you can remove a tree from 3 meters from your home without any idea of the implications on that, I just think is just completely unreasonable. And I think a far more reasoned and middle of the road approach is to adopt my amendment, which would allow staff to review the policy options which are done in other councils to look at the implication on what it would have on our particular area, as well as to how the policy would operate with other resolutions of the council in terms of pushing for an increase in canopy across the city. It takes a pretty measured and middle of the road approach, whereas I think what was previously carried, we have no idea as to the implications of that. And the last thing I would want to see is Randwick Council on the front page of the Herald adopting essentially land clearing en masse with no idea of the implications. So I think my amendment is far more reasoned, and it may actually resolve and some of the issues which Councillor Andrews was seeking to fix. But look, I just could not support it in its current form as proposed by him.
Councillor Parker, it's Councillor Veach here. Could you add a dot point about councillors receive a briefing?
Well, that would go as part of the review, I would imagine.
I'm just asking.
Yep.
Would you, Councillor Parker?
Sorry, yes, I would. I was just muted. Yes, I think that's fine.
So is that been added? Yes, council briefing. Any additions, Councillor Parker? Otherwise,
no.
I think we've had the discussion.
Just to be clear, sorry. No, just hold on. The amendment which is there says that council conduct a review of its tree management policy, including a councillor briefing. And what is missing there is balancing the competing interests of owners and increasing our tree count.
I support that, Councillor Matheson.
Because it's a balancing act, and we just can't undertake a review with a particular outcome in mind.
Can we go home now?
Does that sound right now?
I think David gets it. I think you all understand.
So, councillors, now we're voting on the amendment for Councillor Parker and Councillor.
Hold on, Mr. Mayor. Our amendment then becomes the motion. Now, we voted on the amendment by Andrew Stavrinos. Shouldn't that then become the oh no, because Councillor Parker foreshadowed? All right, yeah. Okay, all right, okay, all right. No, that's all right.
So I think we all know each other's thoughts. We've discussed it before. So I'll go straight. Will I go straight to a division?
Yes, please.
Councillor Hamilton.
Against.
Councillor Shuri.
For.
Councillor Nielsen.
For.
Councillor Beach.
For.
Councillor Stravinos.
Against.
Councillor Luxford.
Oh my goodness. Against.
Councillor Parker.
For.
Councillor Sang.
Against.
Was that against? Yeah.
Against.
Yeah. Councillor Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Matson.
For.
Councillor Roberts not there. Councillor De Souza's definitely not there, is he? So, and the mayor is for. So I'll just wait and see.
Great.
So yeah, declare that carried.
Oh, Mr. Mayor.
So that's the amendment.
Very important.
So now we'll vote on it to become the motion.
One sec, the Susan's coming back.
Is anyone changing their vote? Do I have to go around again?
Should we get Noel back?
Bring back Noel. Noel has left the building.
Mr. Mayor, I think you should go around again because perhaps.
Oh, let's just put it, Cameron.
Well, I would like, Councillor Matson, I would like people to see the light.
Well, you're not going to see the light, Councillor, basically.
Well, yes, they are. If you take a division, Murray, they can see the names.
Yes, I know. Okay. Just do the division,
Okay.
the Mayor.
Councillor Hamilton. This is now, the amendment has now become the motion.
For.
Sorry, you have to go back up again. Sorry. The amendment has now become the motion. Oh, then
Yes.
I'm against. My vote hasn't changed.
Okay, so you're against. So Councillor Shuri.
For.
Nielsen.
For.
Councillor Beach.
For.
Councillor Stravinos.
Against.
Councillor Luxford.
Against.
Councillor Parker.
For.
Councillor Sang. Councillor Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Matson.
For.
And the mayor is for.
Is De Souza there?
Exactly the same. Okay, so I declare that carried. So we move on to the last one for the evening. NM 65/21, notice of motion, Councillor Matson. Council response to latest climate change report findings.
Someone's
Second.
already got three down.
Second. Councillor.
Seconded by Councillor Beach.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, look, I'm aware of the lateness of the hour. I would like to thus move this in an amended fashion. It would be, as written, that Council notes with great concern that the latest released IPCC report warns that within a decade, global warming could push temperatures to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, and responds, this is where I want to put the new text in, by convening a briefing for councillors on the proposal under clause A with a report
with the recommendation, with the motion to come back to the September meeting of council. The reason I put it this way, I accept that it's very late at night, where I don't think we're going to have a very objective debate at this point. I would point out, though, that the game has changed quite dramatically. Our present policy is that by 2030, we as a council will reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 60% and aim for an aspirational 100%. Look, the latest findings from the IPCC has made it very clear, and there's been quite a few headlines, that now we are in a desperate race to get our emissions as a global species down to zero by 2030, not 2050, not any other date. But the next decade in the race up to 2030 is crucial, and for that reason I'd like to have the briefing so that we come at this resolution as a united council. I would state...
I think that's a reasonable position.
I could say more. The next meeting of the COP will be in November. It will be in Glasgow. All around the world, councils, countries, institutions will be asked to commit to zero emissions by 2030. It really is the only chance we have left as a species. That's how grim the situation now is.
Councillor Beach, a seconder.
Thank you. Yeah, I support the motion and the amendments as put by Councillor Matson. You know, the IPCC report, was, 14, a peer review report based on, peer review of 14,000 scientific papers. It's imperative as a council that we take notice, learn and respond. And I think this will be a great opportunity, and I commend the motion.
So, Councillor Strivinos and councillors, if Councillor Strivinos, you're the only one to speak. Otherwise, I have to ask for an extension. So,
Mr. Mayor, I agree with the sentiments of the motion. What I want to say, though, is Australia is really pulling its weight when it comes to climate change. When you've got countries like the Chinese, you've got China and you've got India, who produce billions of tons of carbon emissions every year, and go before the world, in these conventions and all these, these treaties that we sign, and they go there and they laugh at us because they get away with blatant murder when it comes to the environment. Yet here we are, Australia, a country which doesn't even give off 1% of our global carbon emissions, and we're basically persecuting ourselves to try and hit these targets. Yet we've got countries like China and India who are getting away with blatant murder. I suggest, Councillor, in future, if you are going to bring these motions forward, that you at least put something in there to acknowledge that Australia is doing its best to try and hit these. Yes, we are. We've met all our Paris Treaty Accord. We've met the targets there. We're meeting them. All right, and to put this burden on Australia is absolutely ridiculous when you've got third world countries and other countries around the world who are polluting the environment at exorbitant levels in comparison to us. No matter what we do here in Australia, if you think we're going to save the world by cutting back emissions in Australia, you're kidding yourself. Or especially when you've got global other countries around the world who are building coal-fired power stations, and not clean coal-fired power ones. They're building dirty coal power stations, and they're building them in the hundreds every year. And they're polluting our environment and doing whatever they want. And here you are now wanting to persecute Australia. Well, I'll tell you what, Councillor, have a good read of what the other countries around the world are doing before you have a go at Australia.
So, councillors, I can put it and we can end the evening, or does anyone else wish to speak and I need to ask for an extension?
Put it.
Put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? I declare that carried. So I declare the meeting closed at 11:26. Thank you, councillors, and have a good evening.
Good
Thank
night.
you.
Good
Thank
night.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, councillors.